All right, I'm going to go ahead and get this meeting started. I hereby call this meeting to order at 7:04 p.m. The University of Central Florida respectfully acknowledges that it's located on the traditional lands of the Ice, Appalachee, Calusa, Timucua, and Tocobago tribes, as well as the Seminole Tribe of Florida and the Miccosukee Tribe of Indians of Florida. Roll call and verification of quorum. Vice Chair Trejo Hernandez.
Paul?
Present.
Reed? Present. Olivia Smith? Present. Ellie Much?
Present.
Casimiro? Callis?
Present.
Ariza?
Present.
Capinos?
Present.
Lim?
Present.
Zone?
Present.
Savitka? Chow?
Present.
Jane? Sherman?
Present.
Danny Smith?
Present.
Ali? D? Malik? Orhella?
Present.
Hamid?
Present.
Kaufman?
Present.
Looked? Metellus? McNulty? Ricase?
Present.
Rose?
Present.
Rudy? El-Harak? Fawcett?
Present.
Burkett?
Present.
Gaudio? Truhan? Escobar?
Present.
Macadia? Rodriguez? Wanjan? Hassan? Phillips?
Present.
Green? Wynn?
Present.
Bonaventure? Perez?
Present.
Alcuda? Banesh? Candarilla?
Present.
Quartz?
Present.
Jones? Leon? Matthews?
Present.
McRae?
Present.
Extramaderva?
Present.
Brenda?
Present.
Colony? Simmons?
Present.
To the rescue?
Present.
Varela?
Present.
Zivin? Lipner?
Present.
36 out of 55 quorum is verified.
All right, everyone take a look at last meeting's minutes. And is there a motion to approve last meeting's minutes? And then take a look at today's agenda. Is there a motion to approve today's agenda? Okay, for open forum, we have the Rosen Dean, Dr. Fial, if you would like to come up to the podium.
The lights on. Marvelous. Can everybody hear me? Can you understand me? I'm not from around these parts. Okay, really nice to see everybody. My name is Alan Farr. I'm the Associate Dean at the Rosen College. I know Anthony and our friends at the back, wave, Rosen people, so nice to see you. Probably an unknown quantity to many of you. We're, I think, the second smallest college at UCF. Roughly 2,500 students, which is about 3%, but we're very, very impactful for reasons which will come out in a moment. First thing to say, whatever college you're from, all of you in some shape or form will be impacted by the tourism industry in this destination. Okay, Anthony knows how many million visitors? 75 million visitors come here every year. Okay, so whether you're going to be a doctor, an engineer, an accountant, or anything, you will be involved with our industry because this sheer scale. Okay, I came here in 2012 from a place called Southampton in southern England. It's where the Titanic sailed from. So if you know your history, didn't go very well. But I came here essentially because Rosen College is so connected globally. So although we're very, very, very small, we're very, very good at what we do. And we have two major achievements that UCF, actually one of them, it will be announced either Friday or Monday or Tuesday next week. We're the only program in the entire institution which has a #1 ranking in Shanghai, which is the research ranking. So we're the top program in the United States and second in the world as of Tuesday. So that's a round of applause. Yeah. Okay. So that's related to research. Far more important to the students is we're also number one in CEO World, which is a survey every year on the employability of our students. So in terms of jobs, that's the one that really counts. What's going on at the Rosen College at the moment? Firstly, we've got a major renovation. And you might think, well, why does Rosen get a renovation? Nobody else. All the money for our college comes from industry. So whenever we're with the president or with the provost, I was with the provost for lunch yesterday, all the money for the Rosen College comes from the hospitality industry. So when it was built in 2004, it was $18 million donation from Mr. Rosen, and then $80 million from the state of Florida and free land. So it's like, wow. So UCF gets us on the cheap. Our 12 million renovation at the moment, every single dime has come from industry. So although we're very small, we're very well connected to the industry, and it's why the students get the job. So UCF gets us on the cheap, everybody. So if you're ever voting for Rosen College, give us some more resources, because you get us on the cheap. We interact with other colleges a lot. Okay, so although we're located about 40 minutes down the road, we're next door to Shingle Creek, down right across the road from Epic. So if you've been to Epic Universe, we're just across the road now. But we work very closely with probably 4 or 5 colleges in particular. Engineering, computer science, a lot because of tech, smart technologies, AI. Our industry, travel, hospitality, everything's on your phone, guys. So the travel industry is one of the biggest users of all the sort of tech that's out there. And AI has been on your phones for a long time now. Expedia and all those sort of companies, it's driven by AI, whether you know it or not. So engineering, computer science, arts and humanities, entertainment management student here on my right. So we do a lot with CAR. We work with the College of Nursing and College of Medicine. You might think, well, what are they doing with the College of Medicine? A lot of it's to do with public health, travel, tourism, and disease. Okay, when people travel, they get a lot of diseases for a variety of reasons, which we won't go into. So the health and hospitality and tourism is a really important connection. And from the College of Business, we work very closely with the DeVos program. And DeVos is the sport management, so it's a graduate program essentially in the College of Business, but very good. And it ties into a new program we're developing for Fall 27 in sport event management, because a lot of our students end up either in the entertainment industry or in the sporting events. You think, what's that? Formula One, Super Bowl, all that sort of stuff. Okay, we're very closely intertwined. Our students, we're small, but we have the highest percentage of students that go international. Because if you're in hospitality and tourism, hey, bring in the Brits, okay? It's a very international field. And what else can I say? We're on main campus a lot, okay? What's our challenges? What's our problems? Since COVID, we've suffered a significant loss in student demand. So we were about 3,100 in 2020 when COVID hit. We're now down to 2,500, okay? Many programs across the United States have closed, or they've merged into other programs. In Europe and Asia, programs have shut. So although we're in Orlando where there's jobs galore, globally, there's a lot of jobs, but everyone is now studying data science, which is understandable. The irony is the jobs in our sector are better than they've ever been, and the pay is better than they've ever been. But so our recruitment challenge, that's our primary one at the moment. Finish on a positive, okay? And then is it questions?
Yes.
Yeah. Just let me finish on a positive then. So, graduating senior student survey. You may or may not know this. Every term you finish, students, you have to tick all the boxes. Did you like, did you not like, and all the rest of it. And each academic year, you have around 13,000 responses, which is a lot. That's how many people graduate every year. Rosen College, we get about 600 or 700. So good, if you know your statistics, good sample size, folks. And there's 10 colleges. So 2 colleges, I'm not quite sure what happens, but they vanish off these stats. 4 key criteria that we measure as part of our sort of audit every year. Overall student experience, we come second. Would you recommend Rosen College to a friend, which if you're in marketing is the most important question ever, we come number 1. Are courses available? We're in modality, we're number 2. And the quality of our professors, we're number 1. You can check it on the computers, it's not just me, it's out there. So in many cases, we do very, very well. We're small, and we've got a lot of improvements, but essentially we're a positive college with 100% HIPs, which are high impact practices. It's because everybody works. Everybody's in paid internships. Okay, short and sharp. Happy to take any questions, folks. Hopefully that was useful. Oh,
Okay.
hi.
Eli Reed.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could touch a little bit on the renovations going on Rosen and what we're going to expect from that.
Okay, so renovation, interesting story. So just before COVID, we had plans to extend. This is something went wrong and it finished really positive. So when COVID came, we were literally just about to dig for a campus expansion. So industry gave us $12 million to expand the campus. With COVID, it was absolutely crystal clear. We don't need to expand the campus because even if we could double our numbers overnight, but actually a lot of students study a mixed mode or online modality. So it was actually a really, really lucky escape. It's like, phew, that was lucky. But then it took nearly 2 years because when funders give you money, they give money for a reason. And the money was donated for new build, not renovation. So it took 2 years to convince. And what are we having? $12 million doesn't go very far, actually. So you think it's a lot of money, but it's not. It's redoing our library. It's redoing all the offices, about 60% of the classrooms, and our what we call the Disney dining room. And my favorite classroom, the beer and wine laboratory. Wonderful. So that's been done and it should be ready by the end of January. So this term has been difficult because there's not much available at the Rosen campus because it's all roped off. But it's going to be really, really nice. It's going to look very much like downtown. If you know the downtown campus, is that sort of feel.
Any other questions? Senator Matthews.
Hi, I was curious about the new major you were speaking about, the sports events management one.
Yeah.
Is that going to be like just a major or a minor as well?
No, it will be a major. So it's being developed at the moment. It should go live in fall 27. We're working very close with College of Business because they have a business minor at the moment in sport business management. And they have the DeVos Masters. So we've got the green light to proceed as long as we stick to events. But if you think any sporting occasion that you go to, they're just massive events, huge amount of money. Particularly if you're any Formula One guys, wow, that's a lot of money. Okay, so it's not just the hospitality side, it's all the tech, the organization, logistics. So it's going to be good. We're working with Universal, Orlando Magic, ESPN, Experience Kissimmee, because if you know Osceola County, they have a huge amount of stuff down there, and GOSC, which is the Greater Orlando Sports Commission. So lots and lots of connectivity, including the streamers as well. So Peacock and Disney Plus, because Disney own ESPN. So lots going on, lots to come.
Any other questions? Senator Smith.
Hello. I was just going to ask, I'm a College of Arts and Humanities senator. We're also a pretty small college. What can I do to support you on main campus?
The big challenge we have is money, like all the colleges. Our frustration over I'm sure you've heard about the budget model. Have you heard about the budget model in the past? Every 2 or 3 years, it's really, really important. So every 2 or 3 years, UCF goes through, let's have a new budget model, and it never gets implemented. So that's a little bit of British cynicism there. But part of the challenge is UCF works to a model that's quite dated and it doesn't reflect the student composition that you have. So for example, I think, Anthony, if you attract out-of-state students and international students, that we do a lot because we're good, we don't get any extra money for that. So you work really hard to build an excellent program. If you have an excellent program, people come from all over the world because they do, but you don't get any money. So that's incredibly frustrating. So although we've got recruitment problems at the moment, if we had the model in place that's been talked about for a long time, because we have out-of-state and international students, our budget would be a lot better. And I'd probably have more hair, but that's just the way it is. But no, UCF, I must say, the president and the new provost are extremely supportive of Rosen College because essentially we do a good job and we're a good news story down the road. And we're really probably, College of Engineering do it very, very well as well, actually. But we work all the top leaders in every company, so whether it's Disney, the hotels, Visit Orlando, we work with them week in, week out at a high level, which benefits the students. And they're good.
Senator Lipner, and then this will be the last question.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, you're here representing Rosen College, and that's wonderful, but I'm curious to know a little bit more about you as an individual. So could you tell us a little bit about your background, your experience?
I'm 60 in January. There you go. That's really depressing. But I'm going to have a good party. My background, so I'm the Visit Orlando endowed chair, so I'm partly sponsored and paid for by industry. All my work is or has been in places, so it's all about tourism development in all sorts of parts of the world. I've been to 52 countries. I only know that because 2 years ago when I became a US citizen, so I'm a dual citizen, the UK and USA, you have to list where have you been? So then you're like, oh my God, I've traveled a lot. And you understand that when you travel, you realize tourism, it's the same issues and challenges all over the world. Strangest place I've ever been is a place called Turkmenistan in Central Asia. Most dangerous is South Africa, easily the most dangerous. It's like scary, but beautiful, absolutely stunning. And probably the biggest misconception of tourism, if you're involved in any form of economic or tourism development, you have to deal with politicians, So I was up about 2 months ago in an organization called the US Travel Association. And the US Travel Association is the industry trade body based in DC. So it represents all the airlines, theme parks, hotels, and whatever. And they deal directly with the president and whatever. It's just behind the White House. So what's really cool, without going into politics, it's really interesting listening to how the industry deal with the different administrations. Really interesting. And this is a long answer, but this is a good story to maybe finish on. One of the biggest challenges in this country for tourism was two, actually. There's visas and airlines. And if you're a tourism person, your whole professional job is to attract people into a country or city or whatever. If you're in immigration, you're trying to keep people out. So those two forces always pushing. 10 years ago, the United States had a $50 billion surplus of tourism, so more people coming in. Today, we have negative for reasons which you can imagine. So it's really quite challenging. The air traffic control, why is it an issue? Because these are the sort of things that this body works on. The travel infrastructure in this country is terrible. So every time you get a delay, it's not actually due to, I'm cursing Delta at the moment, it's not actually Delta's fault. The problem is the country has a air traffic control infrastructure, which is genuinely third world. Okay, so that's a problem. And because the infrastructure is so big and so complex, nobody's prepared to take it on. However, and then I'll finish. There was a crash 3-4 months ago out of Reagan Airport in DC, where, if you remember, it was the military helicopter. It was pretty horrible. That was the second day in office of Secretary Duffy, Sean Duffy, who's the Transportation Secretary. So imagine you're the second day in office and you're like, that's not good. Because you can't blame it when you're there, you can't blame anybody else. He can't afford to have a second one. So irrespective of what people's politics are, the big, beautiful bill included a $16 billion fund to start to rectify the air traffic control system in the United States. It's going to take nearly 20 years. But that's how far behind. So all your delays, most of those delays, is because, believe it or not, there's people doing air traffic control using floppy disks, which I had when I studied. So politics and travel, it's never dull. Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for coming out. We really appreciate it. Everyone give
Okay.
a round of applause.
Thank you. If all the guys at the back want money, just give them their money. Give them their money.
Next we have, thank you. Next we have announcements from the student body president given by the Attorney General.
Hello, everyone. Lucy says, good evening. It has been an honor to serve with you all this semester, and I commend everyone's hard work. Please take time for yourselves these next few weeks during finals and enjoy a well-deserved break. Please don't forget to join us for midnight breakfast in the Union Atrium on December 1st at 10 p.m. and coffee break, free coffee and hot cocoa in the library on December 2nd at 10 a.m. As you wrap up any projects, please do not hesitate to reach out if you need anything or have any questions.
All right, and then announcements from the student body vice president, also given by the comptroller.
So Vice President Benitez says, good luck on finals and have a restful break, everyone.
The Attorney General, not the comptroller. Comptroller's report given by the Attorney General.
Comptroller Drinkwater says, good evening, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. As we close out the fall semester, the current CRT balance is $189,230.63 with a reversion rate of 1.5%, and the current FAO balance is $108,547 with 85 cents with a reversion rate of 1.1%. Thank you all for your hard work, time, and dedication to UCF this semester. I hope you enjoy a well-deserved winter break and take the time to rest and recharge for a strong spring. Thank you, and do not hesitate to reach out to me if you have any questions.
Any questions that the Attorney General can answer about any of those three announcements? Senator Jones?
President voting.
Senator Jones, President voting, so noted at 7:26 p.m. Attorney General's report. Oh, Senator El-Harak.
President voting.
Senator Rudy. Senator El-Harak and Senator Rudy, President voting, so noted at 7:26 p.m. AG report. AG Altoona.
Good evening, everyone. This week I have been working on statute revisions as well as an Attorney General opinion request that I received. Just as a reminder, I will be working periodically throughout the next week and a little bit of during break to make sure that all of our records are transferred over to the SG drive. Shout out to LJR for having all of their records already transferred over. As this is the last Student Body Senate meeting of the semester, I just wanted to reiterate that it has been an honor and a pleasure to work with every single one of you. I have a lot of appreciation for all of you all and the hard work that you all put in. So I look forward to spending Thursdays with you during the spring semester. Good luck in finals and exams.
Any questions for the AG? Seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the Chief Justice. Chief Justice Pizarro.
Good evening, Senate. Yesterday, the Judicial Council met for the last time this semester during our judicial review hearing. All committee meetings have also concluded for the semester and will start back up on the first week of the spring semester. The first General Council of the spring is currently scheduled for January 14th at 5:30 p.m. Lastly, I hereby resign Noemi Tilke from the Women's Caucus, Noang David from the Military and Veterans Caucus, and Victoria Lopez from the LGBTQ+ Caucus. Have a great holiday break, everyone.
Any questions for the Chief Justice? Senator Lipner?
Yeah, could you just clarify the date we'll hear the results of that judicial council or judicial review hearing by?
Yes, so within the JRP, it states that the council has 7 academic days to release the opinion, so expect that within that time frame.
Any other questions for the Chief Justice? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Announcements from the Supervisor of Elections given by the Assistant Supervisor of Elections, Collazo.
Hello, my fellow Aussians. Sorry, I had to do that. All right. Good evening, Senate. Not much from me today, and I apologize for not being in person. Your grace with me again. The Election Commission had its last meeting this Monday. During this meeting, we approved amendment to the ERP that were seen by ENA earlier today. Additionally, we celebrated Commissioner Wrights, who will be graduating this fall after 3 years on the commission. We thank her for her continued commitment to the Election Commission for these past few years and wish her the best of luck on all her future endeavors. Looking forward for the spring, first GBM is currently planned for January 12th from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. GBM and committee meeting times and locations remain tentative as I await confirmation. Once confirmed, they will be uploaded to the SG calendar. January, beginning of February will be spent finalizing preparations for the election prior to the declaration of candidacy week. Lastly, as we return during the election period, I wanted to remind the body and all agents about Statute 604.1 regarding incentivizing, coercing members of the SGLC Council and active campaigning. Additionally, as to not discuss your candidacy within the student government office and the multicultural center, and so on and so forth, as that is a Tier 4 violation. Additionally, all candidates and tickets must receive approval from the commission before actively campaigning, which again is a Tier 4 violation. If you have any questions regarding the election period, please do not hesitate to reach out to myself or Supervisor Presley.
Any
That is all.
questions for the Assistant Supervisor of Elections, Senator Leone?
Present voting.
Senator Leone, President voting, so noted at 7:30 p.m. Any questions for the Assistant Supervisor of Elections? Senator Lipner?
Would you consider voicing an intent to run in a future election also a violation?
I cannot speak in behalf of the entire commission. When it comes to hearings, it's a full commission body hearing. It's honestly just a commission determination. So if we find that based on what you are saying violates the, it's a potential violation of the statutes, then we will review that in a violation hearing.
Any other questions for the Assistant Supervisor of Elections? Seeing none, thank you.
Of course.
Announcements from the ANSF Committee Chair, Kaufman.
All right, hello. All budget packets are due on Tuesday, November 25th by 5 p.m. The budget hearing will be taking place from December 8th to the 10th here in the chamber for the first 2 days. And if we need the third day, that location will be released as needed because we don't have one yet. And if you care to watch what we're doing, we'll be here from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. each day.
Any questions for the ANSF Committee Chair? Seeing none. Caucus reports, APIA Caucus, Chair Lim.
Hi, everyone. Happy last Senate of the semester. If you are in my caucus or interested in joining APIA Caucus next semester, please fill out this one to me. Hope you guys have a happy holidays, and I wish you luck with your finals. Thanks, everyone.
Any questions for the APIA Chair? Seeing none. Black Caucus, Chair Smith.
Hi, everyone. We had our final meeting for the fall semester this week. We went over planning for the events we'd like to hold for the spring semester. For spring, we will be meeting on Mondays from 12 to 1 p.m. So if you want to join, know that. I hope you all have a good break and good luck with finals.
Any questions for the Black Caucus Chair? Seeing none. ICTC, Chair Barilla.
Hello, Senate. We supported FBA and their downtown tabling this Tuesday. That was a lot of fun. Big thank you to Vice Chair Perez for all her efforts for tabling, as always. And next Tuesday will be the last meeting of the semester, so please come if you're interested at 10:30 a.m.
Any questions for the ICTC Chair? Seeing none. Latin Hispanic Caucus, Chair Trevor Hernandez.
Hi, everyone. Where's my announcement? Okay, last announcement for me. We will be meeting. We'll be having our last meeting actually this upcoming Monday at 12 p.m. on Zoom, and we'll be hosting chair elections for the spring semester. I lost my place. Aside from that, the caucus will meet in the springtime at 9 a.m. on Fridays.
Any questions for the Latin Hispanic Caucus Chair? Seeing none. Sustainability Caucus, Chair Lipner.
Caucus Leadership Committee met this week to discuss plans for the spring, including the caucus takeover in partnership with Coordinator Alaraj. And then Sustainability Caucus also met this week, where we elected UCF Arboretum to an ex officio seat and discussed plans to reinstate our composting system or program, which was recently cut by facilities. Additionally, there have been major changes within the organizational structure and hiring for sustainability initiatives on campus. What was once known as the Arboretum and Sustainability Initiatives is now just known as the Arboretum. They are no longer an individual agency. They are now within facilities. And we are still looking into the reasoning behind this, and we'll keep you updated as more information becomes available. Additionally, I have the when to meet for the spring semester, and we'll be putting it into our agenda. So if anyone would be interested in joining our caucus, please fill that out so we can get your availability taken into account. Thank you.
Any questions for the Sustainability Caucus Chair? Seeing none, Women's Caucus Chair Brenda.
Hi everyone. So we had our last meeting of the semester last week, and next semester we will be meeting at 2 p.m. on Mondays.
Any questions for the Women's Caucus Chair? Seeing none. Announcements from the Senate President. This is the last meeting of the semester. I hope you guys are all so excited for break. I know I am. I had my UPCC, or Undergraduate Policy and Curriculum Committee, Faculty Senate meeting on Tuesday. If you have any questions, please reach out to me directly, as we did vote on a number of things. And I'm currently working with Shane to ensure that the rooms are reserved. I'm pretty sure I have all of the committees for the spring semester. As far as I know, I've sent him all of the times first. So by that logic, we should have first dibs. And I will say that. Any questions for me? Seeing none, ILA report, ILA Rudy.
Hi, everyone. So I'm wrapping up tasks for SGLC for the semester because our banquet's on Monday. I'm going to miss everyone so much. And if anyone needs any help from me while I'm away or through the transition, feel free to email my UCF email. And the banquet will be at 7 p.m. on Monday in the Cape Florida Ballroom. If you're interested in just coming out to support, feel free to stop on by. There won't be we'll be announcing the council decisions at the end of the banquet, so you don't have to come right at 7. You can come towards the end of it, and you can just welcome in our new SLC class because that will be decided at the end of the banquet.
Any questions for the ILA? Senator Escobar.
I know you mentioned welcoming the new SLC. I know last year, I think there was a separate application for SLC. Is it solely from within this SGLC class this year?
Yeah, so because we had such a large interest this year, we split the councils evenly. So there's going to be about 22 members joining SLC. So we didn't open up applications because that was a large class already.
Any other questions for the ILA? Seeing none, ELA report, ELA Reed.
So today was the last dean meeting of the semester. I had 2 great dean meetings this week with the College of Business and the College of Sciences. Everyone absolutely killed it in their discussions. All the meeting minutes should be uploaded in the Senate Teams over break. I have been so busy this semester that I just got a little backlogged with that. And then, as always, if you have any questions, just let me know.
Any questions for the ELA? Seeing none, Senate President Pro Tempore report, Pro Temp Hamid.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're all doing great. So the donation drive last Friday was a great success. Yay. Thank you to everyone who came by the table and helped with the event. I really do appreciate everyone who helped me. I'll be working on finding a day to distribute the clothing items during the beginning of next semester. For committee chairs and vice chairs, start writing your transition binders now if you've not done so already, even if it's just like a short blurb about the semester and what worked, what didn't, and what you think the committee can improve upon next semester, next session, especially since at the end of spring semester, you might not remember how you feel right now. And it's important that you kind of have, all of your thoughts throughout the entire semester or the session. I also be meeting with all of committee leadership once the semester starts, but for fiscal leadership, that being the 3 fiscal committees, the chairs and vice chairs, I'll be meeting with you 3 all together in January. Also, I have the tentative pro temp reps for next semester, so I'll be in SBA, GAP, and ENA after about the first month because of class shenanigans. D-Leg Coffin will be in LGR and CRT, and then ENA for the first month, and Deezer Capinos will be in ORS and FAO. Lastly, please take a break over the break. Please delete Teams, delete Outlook. Don't talk about Senate. Go outside, touch grass, touch snow if you can go up north enough to find it some. But you guys really need a break. School is tough, especially being a senator along with being a student. So please take a break, and then you'll be able to come back and be rejuvenated for spring semester. It'll be so nice. But yeah, take a nap or something. And just to get all my bases covered, happy Thanksgiving, happy end of finals, happy holidays, and happy New Year, and happy new semester.
Any questions for the pro temp? Seeing none, D-Leg report, D-Leg Kaufman.
All right. Hello, everyone. Happy last meeting of the semester. It's good to finally be back after 3 weeks. I wanted to start by thanking all 16 of you that came out to support me in Pineapple Theater's production of Puffs. It meant a lot to see you all there. Just for some statistics, so far this session, we've seen 104 pieces of legislation, and 51 of them have been enacted so far, so that's awesome and cool. We have a lot of legislation to see today, so please be patient and give the RSOs your full attention when they are presenting. We are going to try to see all of the legislation today on all required readings, especially fiscal stuff, so that we can go into the new semester with a fresh slate. As a reminder, all funding forms are currently closed. Allocation forms will reopen about a week before the spring semester starts. The CRT fiscal bill request form is closed for the rest of the semester, or rest of the session, I should say. And the FAO fiscal bill request form will only reopen if an RSO from a previously PPI'd bill does not become a registered RSO and take the FAO bill pot. Tonight's legislation, first reading, none. Third reading, 5 fiscal bills and 9 internal bills. And second reading, six fiscal bills, 2 internal bills, and 2 proclamations.
Any questions for the DLEG? Seeing none, DSER report, DSER Capinas.
Good evening, Senate. It's a little surreal that this is the last meeting of the semester. It makes me very sad, but I wanted to say how proud I am of everyone. To recap, that you guys have done such an incredible job this year at bonding with each other, but also making Senate look so good, looking from the outside in. I've gotten so many compliments of people saying how good Senate is operating this year, and that's only because of you guys and the way that you guys have been pushing your initiatives and showing up to events and doing all the great work that you do. So I'm just really excited to be in this chamber with each and every one of you. For the IM League updates, we have volleyball and soccer going on. Our volleyball, they fought very hard. They brought more and more spirit every game. They won in sportsmanship. They won in courage. They won in game spirit. The score is unimportant, but they only lost by 2 points on a technicality. But for the soccer team, I would be surprised if this soccer team doesn't make it to the pros. We have won yet another game in spirit and in score. We faced some adversity and some injuries, but that didn't change our heart to the game. And if you want to come to our last game this semester, it's at 7:40, and we would really appreciate the support. So please come out and support it. And then for our Senate events, our last event is Lake Claire Day. It's exactly what it sounds like. We're going to be at Lake Claire this Sunday. It's going to be really exciting for anyone that wants to bring spike ball, volleyball, or any other sports and games. Please feel free to do so. If you haven't been to Lake Claire yet, what are you doing? It's an amazing experience. They have volleyball sand courts, and then they also have canoeing and kayaking there. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. It's from 4 to 7, November 23rd. Put it on your calendars. And our online mode of bonding is happening all winter break. So I'm really excited to come back in the chamber next semester and see some photos on the photo circle of some incredible builds over the winter break. That's gonna be really fun to see. And then just an overview. We've had 7 events this fall semester, 3 in the summer semester, and 4 IM leagues, and then 1 fully online mode of bonding. So thank you guys for being such an active chamber. It's great to see you guys in and out of this chamber. Yeah.
Any questions for the DSER? Seeing none. Fiscal Committee reports, CRT Committee, Chair Sherman.
Hi, Senate. This week was our last meeting of the fall to see requests, and in our meeting, we approved allocations 57, 356, 357, 358, 381, 383 through 387, and 389 through 395. We PPI'd allocation 57, 382, and passed fiscal bills 57, 46, and 48. And with those 2 fiscal bills, we officially used all our reserved bill funding, so we won't be funding any fiscal bills for the spring. And speaking of the spring, we'll be meeting on Wednesdays at 1 p.m. And so we do have some open seats. And if you want to learn more about fiscal, I'd encourage you to join.
Any questions for the CRT Chair? Senator Gaudio?
Present and voting.
Chair Gaudio, present and voting, so noted at 7:42 p.m. And for your question?
Why was 57,382 PPI'd?
Let me pull up the tracker, but I believe, yes, this was an allocation to SciTech for an undergraduate non-presenter, which I frankly missed when I was seeing that. And so we're not funding those anymore. Many of them have been denied in Night Connect, but this one just sort of slipped through, and so it's PPI.
Any other questions for the CRT Chair? Seeing none. FAO Committee, neither the Chair or Vice Chair are here, so I'll just read it. Hello, everyone in committee. This week, we approved allocations 57-114 through 116, postponed allocation 57-108, approved fiscal bills 57-40, 44, 45, 47, approved and sponsored internal bill 57-30. We also voted to allocate $15,000 of our remaining balance to bills, with the rest being reserved for allocations. If you have any questions, please reach out to the Chair or Vice Chair. ORS Committee, Chair Rose.
Not much for me. Last week, we completed 1 post-funding review and 1 VPF. And then tomorrow we're going to have a quick meeting. You can join on Zoom. Our springtime will be the same, Friday at 2. So,
Any questions for the ORS Committee Chair, Senator Lipner.
May I direct a question to D-Leg Kaufman in regards to the FAO report?
You may.
Thank you. I know you noted how the FAO fiscal bill request form may not open, but they also just said that they might be reserving funds for bills. Is that not reopening including that allocated funds, or is that separate?
Yes. So that $15,000 was decided for bills, kind of like how CRT had it. But there's the only pending bill for FAO is from Formula Student, and they are currently not an RSO right now, but they are requesting the cap. So if we come back from break and they are requesting the cap and they come back, then they would end up just taking that $15,000 pending that it was approved. But that's kind of what I meant with that.
Senator Lipner.
Follow up, if I may?
You may.
Thank you. Can you just clarify a little bit more about that RSO that wasn't registered? It was just that they applied before they had completed the registration process? Were they like in between registration and like they missed a re-registered process? What does that look like?
I do not know this exact timeline. I know that they applied for funding. They were an RSO, and then I checked Night Connect, and they emailed me and said, "Hey, we are no longer an RSO." I guess they just missed part of the process. It didn't fully go through, but as of right now, they are not currently an RSO.
Any questions for the ORS Committee Chair? Seeing none, notice of legislation on third reading, Fiscal Bill 5737, funding for 33 members of the Student Physical Therapy Association to travel to the American Physical Therapy Association Combined Sessions meeting in Anaheim, California from February 12th to the 14th, 2026. Senator Connolly, is there a motion for speeches, questioning, debate? Senator Orwella.
Motion for 7-10-10.
There's been a motion for a 7-10-10
Second.
and a second. Any objections? Hearing none. Senator Connolly, you have 7 minutes whenever you're ready.
I'll yield to the RSO, or is that what?
It's D.Leg Kaufman is the RSO here.
The RSO is not present, but nothing has changed.
Okay. Do you yield to questioning?
Yeah, yield to questioning.
We are not
sorry.
here to questioning. Are there any questions? Senator Chow?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. And a second. Any objections? Hearing none. You guys got to get better with the seconds. We are now in a period of debate. Are there any pieces of debate? Chair Gaudio?
Seeing as this bill was approved unanimously on second reading and there's been no changes, I move to approve this fiscal bill.
There's been a motion to approve this fiscal bill by general consent. Are there any objections? Hearing none. Fiscal Bill 5737 passes third reading. Next, we have Fiscal Bill 5738, funding for Vietnamese American Student Association to host the Tet Lunar New Year at UCF Pegasus Ballroom on February 22nd, 2026. Senator Nguyen, you have 7 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, so there has been a change in the bill. VASA have requested to remove the performer funding from the bills because they have not heard back from the performer and have not received any official confirmation. I use a question.
Okay, we are now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions about this bill? Seeing none, we are now in a period of debate. Whose amendment is this?
Oh, it's my amendment.
Okay. Is there a motion? Senator Chow?
Motion to see Senator Nguyen's amendment.
There's been a motion to see Senator Nguyen's amendment.
Second.
And a second. Any objections? Hearing none, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready. You already kind of explained it, but if you want to expand, you may.
No, don't. Move to debate.
We are now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions? Senator Lipner?
Motion to approve this amendment by general consent.
There's been a motion to approve this amendment by general consent.
I object.
Okay.
I'll
So-
withdraw.
Okay, we are still in a period of debate. D.Leg Kaufman?
Motion to see my amendment updating the therefore be it enacted clause as a friendly.
Will you see that as a friendly, Senator Nguyen? The attachment that he made to it? It just changes the number. Okay, we're still in debate on the amendments. Senator Lipner?
Now motion to approve by general consent.
There's been a motion to approve this amendment by general consent. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the amendment is approved by general consent. We are still in debate on the bill as a whole. Chair Chow?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to move to vote.
Second.
And a second. Any objections? Hearing none, we are now in voting procedures on Fiscal Bill 5738. With a vote count of 37 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5738 passes third reading. Next, we have, I think I accidentally exited out of, what's the next fiscal bill? Next, we have Fiscal Bill 5741, funding for 52 members of the Advocates for Interactive Media to travel to the Game Developers Conference in San Francisco, California from March 8th to March 14th, 2026. Senator Lipner, you have 7 minutes whenever you're ready.
There's been no major changes to this bill. I'll yield the question.
All right, we are now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions on this bill? Chair Chow?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to move to vote.
I second.
In a second, any objections? Hearing none, we are now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 39 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5741 passes third reading. Next, we have Fiscal Bill 5742, funding for 9 members of International Medical Outreach to travel to the Brazil service trip in São José dos Campos, Brazil, from May 10th to May 20th, 2026. Senator Green is not here, so D. Kaufman.
No major changes. I yield to question.
All right, we are now in a period of questioning. Chair Chow?
I make a motion to approve this by general consent.
There's been a motion to approve this by general consent. Any objections? Hearing none. And Fiscal Bill 5742 passes with general consent. Next, we have Fiscal Bill 5743, funding for 12 members of the International Medical Outreach to travel to Puerto Rico service trip in San Juan, Puerto Rico from March 15th to March 22nd, 2026. D. Kaufman.
Same thing as last time. No major changes. I yield to questioning.
Chair Chow?
I make a motion to approve this by general consent.
There's been a motion to approve this by general consent. Are there any objections? Hearing none, this bill is approved by general consent. Next, we have notice of legislation on second reading, Fiscal Bill 5740, funding for the Solar Knights Racing to create a vehicle for the American Solar Challenge at NCM Motorsport Park on February 6, 2026. Senator Ruella, you have 7 minutes whenever you're ready.
I yield to the RSO.
Okay, to the RSO, you may come up to the podium.
All right, what's up, student government? My name is Connor Hoffman. I'm the president of Solar Knights Racing, and today we're going over the Solar Knights Racing plan and presentation for FAO funding to create a vehicle for the American Solar Challenge and to race at the National Corvette Museum Motorsports Park. Next slide, please. So before we go really in detail into what we do, we wanted to give some benefits that we give to UCF students. So UCF students gain technical experience in engineering, business, finance, and even art through our RSO. We also have industry and professional connections that we can give to UCF students through internships and alumni. And we have the ability to connect UCF students with like-minded students in a competitive scene. There's schools from UF, from MIT, and from global institutions in Japan and Germany as well. It also gives students an environment in which they can practice interdisciplinary skills between electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, aerospace engineers, business, finance, etc. And of course, it gives students a sense of community in a fun and welcoming environment.
Hello, I'm Aaron. I'm the vice president. So some benefits for UCF is that we will gain technical notoriety among other engineering schools like MIT and Georgia Tech, who also compete in the same solar race that UCF would. It demonstrates UCF's engineering impact on the students by creating a full-size solar power race car. It'll really push UCF to show what they've done for their engineering students. It also gives UCF a chance to compete against other Florida schools like UF and Florida Polytech, who also compete in the same race. And it is the second biggest solar racing event in the world, which is pretty impressive that we get to compete in that. It supports UCF's renewable energy goals by using solar panels and promoting solar energy. And then it could also be a driving factor for students who are looking at UCF as a potential school. If they're interested in creating a solar power race car, that could definitely attract some students.
Now, I just want to go over the events really quickly before we continue. So there's 2 events that we want to compete in. The Formula Sun Grand Prix, which is an annually held multi-day track-style grid life event held at, of course, the National Corvette Museum Motorsports Park. There's also the American Solar Challenge, which we wish to compete in eventually, which is a 1,500 to 2,000 mile cross-country road track endurance race between other schools on real roads. And it tests the endurance and the power of the car across all those. And last year, of course, the event was from Missouri all the way up to Wisconsin. So it's a very big event for us, and we look forward to working.
Hi, I'm Matthew Reed. I'm the Secretary of Solar Knights Racing. And here are our promotional plans and how we plan on promoting Solar Knights Racing. So one of the ways is through our website, where potential sponsors can support our project and see our progress, as well as the use of our Instagram, where we have gained over 40,000 views on our Instagram through our promotional videos. And Instagram is such a great source because it helps us engage with our younger audience and just gain new members. Also, through the use of our LinkedIn, this has helped promote Solar Knights Racing by just promoting industry professionals. So it helps us get our name out there. And another great way is through the DSSO approval, where right now we're currently in the process of putting solar arrays outside of the atrium of the engineering building with our name on it. So that helps promote Solar Knights Racing as well. Through our fundraising plan, this is what we have done and what we still need to do. So what we have done is we have registered as an RSO since January. We have gained the 501c3, making us a nonprofit, which helps out with sponsorships. And currently right now, through me, Connor, and Aaron, we're applying for sponsors. Hopefully they're willing to sponsor us back. Also through the use of having the Solaris design complete, that has helped us with our fundraising. But some things that we're still needing to do is, of course, fundraise and having the AFAO bill being approved by the SG. And here's an example of a fundraising plan that we were planning on doing. So it's a sponsor a cell fundraiser where we have 242 cells on our solar powered car. And anybody, family members, students, industry professionals, faculty can buy a solar cell on our solar powered car, and they'll have their name and or business information next to the solar cell to promote themselves.
Good afternoon, SG. My name is Malachi Crossan. I'm the technical director here with Solar Knights Racing. Before we get into the details of the project, I just wanted to give a little overview about how we organize our parts. So we have 7 areas: aerodynamics, chassis, electrical, ergonomics, telemetry, vehicle dynamics, and common hardware. The first 6 of those, we have teams that are dedicated to the designing and manufacturing of all of those parts. Common hardware, of course, is shared between all of the different areas. So yeah, let's get into it.
All right, so we'll go ahead and start with the aeroshell, the part that everybody will see when we design and build this car. The aeroshell, it's the main body of the vehicle, and it encloses all of the interior components, including the driver. It supports the solar array, the canopy, the windshield, and of course the aerodynamics of the car. And you can see we have the current design render of the aeroshell, what we plan on producing, and we plan on producing this with carbon fiber.
This is our current design for the chassis, which is the internal structure, whereas the aeroshell is like the external structure. And we chose to make it out of 4130 chromoly steel, which is both cost effective and strong enough to bear all of the loads of the load bearing components, like the suspension or the seat mounts, or anything that would be acted upon in like an emergency situation or a crash. So,
Before we continue, speech time is about to elapse. Is there a motion, Chair Gaudio?
I move to extend speech time by 5 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend speech time by 5 minutes and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, you have about 5 minutes and 15 seconds left.
Hello, I'm Jad. I'm the low voltage electrical lead for Solar Knights. So as you know, a solar powered car has a lot of electronics. So I'm just going to give a brief overview, and if there's any questions, we can ask at the end. So we are developing custom circuit boards. These will allow us to control all the subsystems on the car as well as record data. So then the solar panels, of course, pull energy from the sun, and we need to store it somewhere. So we are building an in-house a 5.25 kilowatt hour battery. This will act as our like reservoir to store the power that we're collecting, and we can use it later on with the motors. The motors are going to be directly mounted to the rear wheels. This allows us to save a lot of weight as opposed to having an axle and gear train setup. The motor controller is a crucial component as it allows us to control how the motors are reacting. So we won't always be all or nothing, and we can do forward and reverse as well. MPPTs are kind of like the coach of the solar panel. So it will allow the solar panel to charge the battery effectively. And it's a lot of math behind it, but it will overall just help the solar panel work effectively. The solar array is what everyone's going to see. These are silica based, and they pull power from the sun, and they allow us to charge the battery and therefore run the motors. The human interface, machine interface is the dashboard of the car. This will allow the driver to see things such as speed, vehicle position, how long they've been racing, along with diagnostic codes for anything that goes wrong as we're racing. The rear view camera system, this is important because as you saw in the Aeroshell, it's quite difficult to see around the car. So there will be cameras in place. There will be cameras in place to allow the driver to monitor what's going on around the car and drive safely.
All right, I'm going to go over the common ergonomics parts of the vehicle. So as you all know, safety is our #1 priority. And so these components that we have listed are used throughout the vehicle to support the driver and the driver's safety. So on this slide, we have the fire extinguishers. We're required by rules and regs to have 2, a 10-pound and a 20-pound fire extinguisher. We'll have one of each in the solar car or the chase cars during the event. We'll have traffic cones to ensure that there's safety markers on or by the car in the event of an accident or a crash or an emergency. And of course, we'll have an extensive first aid kit to ensure that all students and drivers are safe during the event. Of course, to go with safety, we have the driver's seat selection. We chose a plastic seat, not only for its comfort, lightweight ability, and its design, but also, of course, its safety features as well. It will be mounted directly to the chassis with the use of a 5-point harness, which also attaches directly to the chassis, as that is the strongest load-bearing component of the car, ensuring the driver's safety is 100%.
Here you can see our current model for our front suspension system. So this is the left and right suspension. And the suspension system is responsible for connecting the wheels to the ground in a controlled manner. And it also allows for the front wheels to turn. And then this is our design for the rear suspension. It's quite a bit simpler because the rear wheels don't have to turn. But it's essentially just a rear swing arm with the motor attached to that, with the wheel attached to the motor. Our steering system is made up of gears, linkages, and columns that translate the rotational movement of the driver's hands to lateral movement that will eventually turn the front wheels. These are our brake and brake rotor selections. We had to do extensive calculations to make sure that these would last in long stints and not overheat. And we had to make sure that they would be effective in stopping the vehicle in an emergency situation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, we are now in a period of questioning. Chair Gaudio, Senator Lupner, and then Senator Connolly, and then wait a second, Senator Benesh.
President voting.
Senator Benesh, President voting, so noted at 8:03 p.m. Chair Gaudio, whenever you're ready.
3, if I may.
You may.
So you mentioned that your Aeroshell is looking to be built out of carbon fiber, presumably some form of layup. Could you tell me what your process is for working with the carbon fiber and what equipment you're using?
Mm-hmm. Sure, go for it. All right. Yeah, definitely. So on the bill, we have Divinacell foam that we'll be using to create a male mold of the Aeroshell. This will be used to kind of sculpt the exterior, or it'll be used to sculpt the general shape of the Aeroshell. And then once we use the peel ply, apply that to the foam, we then do a layup of most likely fiberglass or some easy composite. We then take that fiberglass composite off. That will act as a female mold. And then on the inside of that female mold, we lay up the carbon fiber. Doing it this way allows for a very smooth surface finish at the top, because the surface that doesn't connect on the inside of the mating surface is going to be extremely rough. So when you make the female mold, the inside of the surface that bonds to that female mold will be extremely smooth, and then the interior of the car will be extremely rough.
Your second question?
So you said that you were developing the battery yourselves, right? So what safety precautions are you taking in the manufacturing of this battery, and what fail-safes or design considerations are going to be present in the event of a battery failure, including thermal runaway?
Gervadio, do you mind re-asking your question into the mic?
Oh, did that not quite pick up?
It wasn't on last time.
Oh. All right. You said you were developing the battery yourselves. What safety precautions are you taking in the manufacture of this battery, and what fail-safes or design considerations will be present in the car for the event of battery failure, including thermal runaway?
So the battery cells themselves are purchased commercially. They are just assembled into the battery assembly. The battery assembly will be a non-conductive polycarbonate shell. And using the battery monitoring unit, the BMU, the driver will be able to monitor the battery at all times. And there are many fail-safes, such as high voltage contactors, that would open in the event of a failure, and the driver will be able to evacuate if there was a thermal runaway.
And then
There's also ventilation, a ventilation fan for the battery enclosure.
your third question?
Throughout the manufacturing process, particularly with the carbon fiber, because I'm reading through the bill and I'm not seeing anything involving safety equipment. So I'm wondering, like, what PPE do you guys have available to you that will be used?
Yeah, absolutely. We've actually had a couple of PPE, personal protection equipment, donated to us already. We have respirators on hand because, of course, working with carbon fiber or any fibrous mold it brings a lot of particles into the air. And so having those respirators on hand is one of our first priorities. So we have already gotten those donated to us. We also have, I don't know what you call them, but the bunny suits. We have those on hand as well so that people don't get it on their skin. I've worked with fiberglass without one of those, and I was very itchy for a week. So that was one of the first things that I purchased after, of course, our dues were done. And of course, we have vinyl gloves. I do believe that the vinyl gloves were on order just because I know that that's kind of a common thing to go through when working with fiberglass. We have gloves already, but we figured we'd put some more on the fiscal bill as well.
Senator Lipner,
Two, if I may.
you may.
First off, for a lot of the slides that you showed in regards to each of these individual line items, you didn't give us direct quotes for those items. Can you clarify how you got the numbers that you're providing for the costs for each of these line items?
Yeah, when I was creating the presentation, I thought that it would be better to have a visual of the design rather than the quote, because the quote is included on the fiscal bill, but that's my fault if we should have had it on there. I just didn't want it to be too cluttered. But all of the dollar amounts are, shown in the fiscal bill in an appendix.
Your second question?
First, can I ask the follow-up stat?
Ask your second question, and then we'll come back.
I'm just going to ask the follow-up and then we'll come back to the second question because it doesn't make sense to me to not talk about this now.
Okay.
For all of these cost totals, are you including tax in that?
No, not for Florida institutions. Also with our DR14 tax exemption status, we won't be paying for tax anyway. So no, we have not included that.
Senator Connolly?
Present and voting.
Senator Connolly, present and voting, so noted at 8:08 p.m. Your your second question, Lipner?
Oh, okay, I guess. So there was a few points where the cost that you were showing didn't match the costs on our bill. I would assume that's because it's taxation for things that are outside of the state of Florida. Is that correct?
Yes. I'm not sure. I believe so.
Okay, Senator Shell?
So if I may?
You may.
Okay, so I do see that you guys have an extensive fundraising plan. I just had several questions about it. So by any chance, between the time of creating this bill and presenting here on the floor, are there any like companies already noting interest in how they're willing to sponsor the RSO or not yet?
We don't have anything guaranteed. We have had donors. They've donated like materials, but we haven't had any financial donors as of yet. But we have also been cold calling, and also some of us happen to work very close to people that might be able to sponsor us as well. But we've been doing that as well. But we have had a trailer donated to us, 2 trailers donated to us to transport the car. We've had a bunch of equipment and of course PPE donated to us as well. So there are companies and people that are willing to sponsor us.
And your second question?
Yeah, of course. And then has there already been like any grants or scholarships provided to the RSO? Because I know you guys also noted that as well.
Yeah, we got approved for the Google nonprofit grant, which will provide us with just some of Google's services for free.
Are there any other questions? Are you asking a follow-up? Go on.
So how much was that amount? So we can go ahead and add that to the fiscal bill for receiver anticipates receiving outside funding.
I'm not sure. Do we have? We could definitely find that for the Google
Scholarship or grant from Google.
grant. It wasn't a dollar amount that was donated, but we could definitely find like a representative amount that would cost possibly.
Dila Kaufman.
On your presentation, you had the SOL-VD 6000, the braking system, but on the updated bill, when you sent me the updated costs, you didn't include that in your line of costs. Do you still want us to fund that, or are you not requesting funding for the brakes?
Could I check the bill super quickly to make sure that?
All right, while you're checking that, are there any other questions for the RSO? Disar Capinos?
Thank you, Chair. Seeing that you are a very newly established RSO, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first time that you're participating in a competition like this and building this type of vehicle. What are your plans on maintaining this vehicle if all goes well, which I hope it does, after this competition? Are you planning, how are you housing that or maintaining it?
Oh, okay. Yeah, we've actually been in close contact with Pete Alaferis. Pete is the building manager of the engineering building, for those of you that don't know. So we've been working with him on deciding where we're going to leave, of course, the trailers that we've been donated. And we intend on leaving, for now, the first rendition of the car in the trailer, unless, of course, we find shop space somewhere where we can store it temporarily.
Also, sorry. Other solar teams like UF, they have left their original car on display in their engineering building. So we would definitely look into doing that too, because the second rendition is going to be quite a bit different. In future years, ideally, we will have design cycles that will last multiple years. So you're not building a whole new car every year. But because this is our first time, there are definitely going to be mistakes made. So we'll definitely have to build a whole new car.
All right. Be advised, there is about 30 seconds left in questioning. Senator Lipner.
Can whoever's controlling the PowerPoint go back to the prior slide that mentioned the braking system? I believe it was SOL-VD 6000. It should be like one of the last pages.
Senator Lipner.
Question to the RSO. I can do that. What am I saying? How many of those brakes would you need for this project?
We're going to be using 4 of the brake calipers and 2 of the brake rotors. It's going to be a front braking only for the hydraulic system. But as it is a electric vehicle, we also have regenerative braking available from the motor. And we also have a parking brake in the rear.
All right, questioning time has elapsed. We are now in a period of debate. Chair Gaudio.
So while they work on getting the brakes amounts up, I'm going to start talking. I mean, these people have clearly done their homework, particularly with regards to safety and personal protective equipment, which is really the most important part, especially when you're working with any composite material. I've seen an RSO work on carbon fiber without respirators, so I always need to harp on that. Large batteries as well carry a lot of risk due to just the sheer energy they carry. You don't realize how much energy they have until you've seen one go up in flames. And especially with the constant charge and discharge on a solar powered car, it puts a lot of wear on the battery. So hearing that these are commercial cells, they have plans for if something happens, it just makes everything good in my eyes. Everything screams, we did our homework. And I hope they prove us right. If Pete's working with them, I know Pete, he's a character. You know that it's good work. I have a lot of faith in them, even though they're very new. They have passion, but they have a measured diligence to match. So I don't see why we shouldn't fund them.
All right, anybody else wishing to speak in debate on this bill? Senator Chow?
Motion to see Senator Lipner's amendments when he is completed.
There's been a motion to see Senator Lipner's amendments. In a second, any objections? Hearing none, Senator Lipner, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Alrighty, sorry about the delay, guys. I was just making sure that everything was correct from a number standpoint, but this this amendment just adds that braking system cost to the total, which is just 4 times the 115.55 from the rotors plus 115.5 times 2 for the, two rotors and then 4 of the other to add up to $697.20, and then changing the total costs and the contributions for each to match. It is worth noting that the total is uneven, so Solar Knights Racing is paying 1 cent more. I'm not sure if that's accurate or not, if they should be the same. I will yield to the DLEG and change depending on whatever they say.
That's right.
Okay, we are now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions? Chair Gaudio?
Where is the amount for the brakes on the bill? Because I'm seeing the brake section, I'm seeing the totals got updated. I'm not seeing a number for the brakes themselves.
It's the final line item on the first page. It says brakes for $697.20.
We are not seeing the $697.
Oh.
We see everything but that.
Interesting.
However, are there any other questions while we figure that out? See,
Can y'all see it now?
we cannot.
Very interesting. I will try to fix it then.
Okay. Chair Chow?
What was the amount again? For the brakes? I'll add it myself and then we'll see as a friendly.
$697.20.
And then how many cents? Sorry.
20, so 0.2.
Okay, we will just add mine as a friendly. I have editing power, so it is showing up as the black. But we are now in a period of debate. Is anybody wishing to speak in debate on this amendment? And we can go back and fix the formatting. Chair Hernandez? Motion to approve. There's been a motion to approve this amendment by general consent. Are there any objections? Hearing none, these amendments are approved by general consent. We are still in debate on the bill as a whole. Anybody else wishing to speak in debate? Chair Chow?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to move to vote.
Second.
In a second, any objections? Hearing none, we are now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 40 to 0, fiscal bill 5740 passes second reading. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you.
Next, we have fiscal bill 5744, funding for Shabbat Jewish Student Group to host the mega Shabbat in Pegasus Ballroom on February 20th, 2026. Senator Hagenbuck, you have 7 minutes whenever you're ready.
I yield to the RSO.
Okay, to the RSO, you may come up to the podium whenever you're ready.
Hello, Senate. Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Yitzchak Lechtman. For simple purposes, you can call me Isaac, much easier to pronounce. I'm here today to speak on two bills. The first is a Mega Shabbat. First of all, I'm here representing Chabad Jewish Student Group. If we can go to the next slide. I'll start off by saying a little bit about us. We were funded in 2006. The student group simply seeks to find students all around campus and give them an open space where we can have people and students from all backgrounds and level of observance to come and explore Jewish culture and what it's all about, as well as practice. We have all sorts of events. We are also we're involved with several different non-for-profits, and we have events that span all sorts of things, from like the very Jewish, very cultural things to just open spaces to come and talk and have a social space, a safe space. Like I said, I believe that our motto is, a home away from home, especially in recent times for Jewish students. It's very important to have a place where they feel safe, a place where they feel they can have conversations, be open with each other. And thanks to the continued support of the student government, we are continuing to be able to do that. If we can move on. So these are just some of the events. Some of them are particularly big, such as the high holiday services, and big events like Mega Shabbat, we'll speak a bit about more, and Passover as well. And all of these events are, big budget events. And, we have upwards of 1,000 students being involved throughout a semester in all of our events. And once again, it's only possible due to the continued support of student government. So, again, today, the first bill, we're talking about Mega Shabbat. So just a bit of background. Every Friday night, we come and we unite together for Shabbat, the Jewish day of rest. And the whole event is basically, we sit down for a meal, we put our phones away, we have open conversation, we're involved in like the traditions that our people have been involved with for hundreds, thousands of years, and we just connect with each other. It's this place to come together, reflect on the week, elevate it into a higher space, and then be able to bring that back into the upcoming week. So that happens on a weekly basis, but once a year, usually spring semester, we try to kick that up a notch. So we do Mega Shabbat, and that takes place in the Pegasus Ballroom. This past year, we had 500 students join us, and we go out of the way to try to bring in as many people as possible and share this experience with them. It begins usually, I think, do you have the times over here? It's on February 20th, Friday night. I believe the next slide has the times. So we have a few pictures. That's the Pegasus Ballroom. I guess it's further ahead. But I believe that 6:30, the doors open and then everything starts at 7:30. So we have, a fully catered meal. We have speakers. We have a whole program. And it's a real production. Obviously, real productions have real costs behind them. But it's an incredible event for some of the students that come. It's really the highlight of their semester, if not their year. And it's incredible to be able to continue to partner with you guys to be able to bring that to everyone. I guess the budget is not very detailed in the presentation, but of course the food, especially with the special preparation for it to be kosher food, is a little bit more expensive, and definitely the most expensive part of the entire program, as well as the honorarium is primarily, as we said before, we spoke about the Rosen College, that having the big events, it's a whole skill to produce such events. And as we are just students, we do partner with outside help that helps us really bring this event to life and make it an incredible production for everyone. I believe we talk about over here about the promotion. So it's kind of fun. This is the best part. As I said before, we have like around 500 students join us in the Pegasus Ballroom. If anyone has been there before, it's a big room and it's a whole task to fill that room up. So we have all sorts of social media campaigns. We have all of our members get involved as much as we can. That could be just posting the flyer, making interesting reels, videos. We table on campus outside of this building. We involve different leaders from Greek life, from different sororities and fraternities to help, bring in their members. And the table captains is also a really popular way to help us fill in those seats. So very simply, someone signs up to be a table captain and they will bring, up to 10 friends to join them on their table. And that way they are, so to speak, like sponsoring 10 people to come in. And that really helps us for, getting all the students involved. And you walk in and it's a really diverse crowd. You'll see black hats and then people, on the complete other spectrum. So it's really interesting to see. Logistics. So here's the timing. Sorry, I moved ahead an hour. So the event begins at 5:30 with like social outside, and slowly everyone comes in for the speakers, and the MC takes us into the dinner, and the event just goes on until basically they kick us out of the room. In terms of logistics, no, that's about it, right? And then I think the rest of the presentation just talks a bit more about Chabad. And I guess if any of the senators have questions, I'll be happy to answer them. It's just really like an open space for any and everyone who wants to come and join. Realistically, obviously, we are a Jewish organization and we do Jewish events, but we have people join us who are not Jewish. We have people of all sorts of backgrounds, sexual orientation, etc. come and join us. And it's really just a place to come and explore as much as you want and participate and learn. And we have a great time.
All right, we're out of creative questioning. Are there any questions for the RSO? Senator El-Harak and then Senator Lipner.
Question about the rabbi honorarium. I hope I'm saying that correctly.
Yeah.
Is that a speech that the rabbi will give?
So partially yes and no. I believe I don't have the actual documentation in front of me. I first of all apologize for any perceived ill preparedness. I'm filling in for our financial person who's not available due to unforeseen circumstances. But it's a general ticket item which involves a few things. We hire outside help, as I mentioned before, and this rabbi is not only the MC of the event, but also he helps us with a lot of the logistics. So getting all the food in and out and the preparing of that, as well as hiring any extra staff that needs to be involved in helping us with the event. All those things, all the logistics of actually managing the event that hosts 500 students, that is included in that bill.
Okay,
Hold on.
May I?
We're going to go to Senator Lipner and then I'll come back.
Oh, you did, Senator Al-Harak.
I thought I said you next.
Yeah, I'll yield to Senator Al-Harak.
Oh,
Go on. Thank you, Senator Lipner. I was under the impression that it was a speech, but now I understand that it's the speech plus the cost of helpers helping you with logistics.
Well, he does the emceeing, and that's the main part of the job. Hence, that's the name on the ticket. But it also, under that hiring, we don't only hire the $5,000 for just a speech and go home. It is really a more inclusive role of helping run the event and any other help that we need to manage it.
So it's speech plus organization help.
Yeah.
Plus some logistics. Okay. And that will go to one person,
You're
or does he?
Are you asking a second question?
Yes, if I may.
You may.
Okay. I was saying, is he alone or is there a team? Is this conversation for one person?
So our involvement is, we pay this one individual, and however they divest their funds in order to do the job that they're doing for us is up to their discretion. But this is how we've done it in the past, and we've seen successful results. And to be honest, one less headache is always a good thing.
Okay, Senator Lipner, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, or may I ask two if that's okay?
You may.
Thank you. First question, is the rabbi you're paying just Rabbi Chaim Lipsker from the Chabad at UCF?
Yes.
And then second question, do you have confirmation of the guest attendance and fee?
I do not have that on my person, or at the moment, as I said, I'm filling in for the treasurer, so I don't have those on me, but I'm sure that those can be provided for you.
Are there any
Follow
other?
up, may?
Oh, you may.
Then do you have any idea how that $5,000 total what came to be, whether it's billed out to be some kind of list amount or whether it was just requested by the rabbi? I'd love to hear some more insight about that total.
So like I said, I don't have the exact numbers available to me at the moment, but I'm sure those could be provided for you. But to my understanding, the main thing is obviously to be the MC and to run the event, but under those responsibilities are also, all the things that have to be met, all the requirements in order for the event to run smoothly and properly, which I mean, again, this is what we've done in the past. So I don't know the exact numbers of how that's been spent in the past. I don't have that on my person at the moment, but to however they have been spent and to whoever's discretion they have been spent, to my understanding, everything is run smoothly. And in the past, I believe that any leftover funds have been returned. So again, I believe that if you need any more information that the student organization has available to them, that could be provided to you. I just don't have it on me at the moment.
Are there any other questions for the RSO? Senator Escobar?
For another question about the honorarium, is the amount decided by the RSO or was it requested by the individual?
To be honest, this is the amount that I've seen going into previous to my being at UCF. This event has been going on for over a decade, so I am not entirely sure as to the origin of the number.
Chair Gaudio?
May I direct a question to the FAO's chair is not here. The DLEG then?
You may.
Just to double check, because I'm not particularly good at counting sometimes. This does fall within the 45 business day timeline, right?
Yes, this does.
All right. Are there any other questions for the RSO? Senator Libner?
You keep mentioning how this rabbi honorarium will also go towards organizational purposes for this event. Is this event being hosted by Chabad at UCF or Chabad Jewish Student Group?
So I understand the nuance. So Chabad at UCF is a professionally run organization which aims to support Jewish students on campus, whereas the Jewish Student Organization is an independent Jewish organization, but we of course partner with them very often for our events, not only because they're a non-for-profit, and of course that has its benefits, but also because together we're able to accomplish much more than divided. But obviously we're seeking funding because this is, of course, a student initiative. And as you will hopefully see if you follow us and the undergoings of what it takes to run this event, you'll see how much student involvement takes place.
All right. Any other questions for the RSO? Chair Barilla?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate in a second. Any objections? Hearing none, we are now in debate. Is there anybody wishing to speak in debate? Senator Libner?
Yeah, I'm a proud Jew. I'm very excited to see this bill being put in front of us. I am, however, very, very concerned about the rabbi honorarium, especially hearing that it's going to go towards organizational purposes for this event. Typically speaking, we expect the RSO who is requesting funding to handle the organization of that event. To my knowledge, it is not standard for FAO to fund that type of payment. And especially considering the fact that rabbi honorariums or honorariums in general are specifically meant for funds for speakers, and we require a clear confirmation of the guest's attendance and fee per our statutes. I will be writing an amendment to remove the honorarium and leave the rest of the bill as is, and then we'll be voting in favor of that after I make that amendment, assuming we pass it. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else wishing to speak in debate on this bill? Senator Escobar?
I will be seconding the concerns of Senator Libner. I had concerns last session as well with the honorarium, just because an honorarium is a dedicated, price for a speaker and usually comes with like a contract of some sorts and more explanation. So I'll be voting in favor of Senator Libner's amendment once introduced.
Okay. Anybody else wishing to speak in debate? Senator Leon?
I will be voting in favor of this bill. I live next door to Chabad and my adoptive family is Jewish. Their events are always very nice, very eloquent. And as well, I was in Senate Leadership Council when they had their presentation last year. And they truly do try their best to make everything financially sufficient. So I suggest that I will be voting in favor of this bill.
Okay. Senator Libner?
Motion to see my and Senator Pro Tem Hamid's amendments as a block, please.
Second. There's been a motion to see those amendments as a block. In a second, any objections? Hearing none, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
This is simply removing the $5,000 honorarium cost and then adjusting the other total costs to match. I'll yield to questions.
All right, we are now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions on this amendment? Chair Shao.
I make a motion to approve this amendment by general consent.
I object, sorry.
Okay,
I withdraw.
motion will not be seen. We are still in a period of questioning. Are there any questions? Chair Sherman,
Can I ask a question to the RSO?
you may.
Would any of that $5,000 be going towards UCF faculty or students? And I guess the second question would be, does this rabbi count as UCF faculty because of their affiliation with Chabad UCF?
Well, to my understanding, he is faculty. In fact, he does give classes at UCF. I forgot exactly under what department. I think Jewish Studies. So I believe he is faculty. Also, if I may just address any of the misunderstanding, obviously the main part of the job is the honorarium of giving an honorarium to someone is their speaking ability and the fact that they can do that better than we can. I just wanted to add, based on the senator over here's question, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, that in addition to that, we also receive supplementary help from the Chabad at UCF organization for our event. And part of that, if part of that comes out of the honorarium, that is more of what I meant. And yeah, if I have any more questions.
Okay, we're still in questioning on the amendment. Chair Burwell,
May I ask two questions?
you may.
May I ask one question towards the ORS chair?
You may.
When we have seen bills before an ORS that have the honorarium, can you explain why ORS adopts that as a proper use of student government funding? Because we approved it a few times before.
You're asking like why we accept it towards the RSO's contribution?
Yeah.
I think we kind of just treat it like a guest speaker, and they provide an invoice, or they provide the invoice and then also like a bank statement, and they show that it actually costed $5,000. So.
And your second question?
Yeah, I wanted to ask the author of the amendment, if like the main job is emceeing, is speaking at the event, and then they like do a little bit extra, does that still not make them a speaker? Like I want clarification on like statutorily or in your mind, if the extra work then makes them not a speaker.
Yeah, so I think what Chair Sherman asked about the individual being a faculty member kind of makes it very clear to me. Straight up, in 826.3, we are not able to fund payments to UCF students or faculty, and I think that alone makes it clear. But the fact that Rabbi Chaim Lipskier is a very active member of our community who already does many, many jobs to support the UCF community, it feels like a misappropriation of funds if we were to give them an additional amount of money to continue serving that group.
All right, we're still in a period of questioning on this amendment. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we are now in a period of debate. Chair Gaudios, Senator Smith.
So really just kind of context more than anything. I've been looking through past fiscal bills submitted by this RSO, events such as Passover, one called High Holidays, and this rabbi honorarium is consistently present throughout their fiscal bills, and it is consistently $5,000. It has not changed in the past six to 7 years. So just throwing that out as context, that this, well, I guess I will kind of say the amount seems arbitrary. So,
Senator Smith.
Will the author of this amendment see my
Are
amendment as
you-
a friendly?
Will you?
Yes.
Okay. Chair Sherman.
Yeah, I'll say that I would have voted in negation of this amendment, but hearing that they are a faculty member, I would say that if it were any other rabbi, I don't see a problem with it. If their price is $5,000, whatever else they do. In addition to speaking, I think is incidental, but just because FAO's appendix does say very explicitly we can't fund payments to students or faculty, and hearing that the rabbi is a UCF faculty member, I'll be voting in favor of the amendment.
Chair Burwell.
May I ask a question to the RSO again?
You may.
What was the name of the rabbi again?
Rabbi Chaim Baruch Lipsker. Also, may I add something, just for clarification?
You may.
That when I say that he's a faculty member, I'm aware that he's given classes in the past, but I am not aware that he is currently inactive. I don't know if that makes any difference.
Okay, we're still on debate.
May you please spell that for me?
ChaimBorouch.
Okay, I think I got enough of that. Anyone may I also debate?
You may.
Anyone can feel free to check my research, but I'm on the Department of History, which I believe has the Judaic Studies department, and he's not listed as a faculty member. I believe that's a very important piece of information if he's not currently faculty, but please for sure feel free to check my research.
All right, anybody else wishing to speak in debate before we vote? Chair Rose?
Yeah, I just want to say that we've funded this in the past, at least the past 3 years I've been in Senate. We've always funded it. There's always been debate, I think, about the specific item. I think in past years it's been compared to like other religious speakers that come in through allocations and such. And I don't think there are any issues with like faculty members or anything. I think the business office probably would not have funded it. Like it wouldn't have gone through properly if there was an issue. So I'm going to vote in negation of this amendment.
Debate time has elapsed. Chair Gaudio?
I move to extend debate time by 3 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend the debate time by 3 minutes and a second. I will say, please be concise. I think you guys are starting to know how you're going to vote. Senator Lipner.
Just moving to add the amendment that I added in the therefore be it resolved clause to my amendments.
Alrighty.
Because that was not
It is added. Senator Escobar and then Chair Gaudio.
I'll still be voting in favor of the amendment. I will say the RSO couldn't clarify if the price was set by the RSO or requested by the individual. So usually the honorariums are requested by the speaker and individual because that is their given amount, but the RSO has not clarified if it was set by the RSO or requested by the speaker. So I'll be voting in favor.
Chair Gaudio.
May I ask a question and then debate to the RSO?
You may.
Could you spell his last name again for me, please?
I believe it is Lipskier.
Thank you. All right, so I pulled up his LinkedIn, and he is an adjunct professor at the university. So that would likely explain why he would not be on the department website.
Verla.
I was going to debate that. I don't know the exact like nomenclature for if adjuncts technically faculty or staff. But I would say that if we decide that this money can statutorily go to the honorarium and there hasn't been any mistakes in the past, I think that we should continue to fund the honorarium. This has been a controversy every single year I've been in Senate. And from my perspective and from my observations, we just always say that it's a speaker fund. It's not really like officially requested because it's just understood that's always going to be $5,000. I'm sure if it's ever going to be different, there would be an official request. There'll be official conversations about it. But I've never seen it not be $5,000. This happens that I've seen many bills, fiscal bills from Jewish student groups that have this rabbi honorarium, and it's always $5,000. It's never really different. So I would just say that if we determine that the rabbi getting the honorarium isn't an official faculty member, I see no reason to deny it this time because it's been tradition. It's been scrutinized over and over with every session, and I see nothing that would tell me that this session should be any different.
Pro Tem Hamid.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to move to vote and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, we are now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 23 to 17 to 0, the amendment is approved. We are still in debate on the bill as a whole. Are there any other pieces of debate? Senator Lipner.
Yeah, now that that honorarium has been removed, I'm very much in favor of this bill. I believe that this is a wonderful opportunity for both Jewish and non-Jewish students to get involved with different events happening on campus. I encourage everyone here in this chamber to go to this event. They make really great food. I highly encourage you to show up and show out. It'll be highly worth your time. I'll be voting in favor, and I urge all to do the same. May I move to vote?
You may. There's been a motion to vote and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, we are now in. Oh, okay. Do you withdraw? Yeah. Anybody else wishing to speak in debate?
May I direct the question to Arzo?
You may.
So we've removed the rabbi fee from your bill. Now it's a total of 15,000. It's just for the food. We used to be able to hold the event if we give you 7,500.
Sorry, repeat the last part.
Like, will you still be able to hold this event if we only give you the 7,500 if we remove the rabbi fee?
Like I said, I'm not the official, the person who deals with funds in the RSO. I guess that will have to be reviewed. I would hope that we can still find funding as we do every single year from outside sources. Of course, like I said before, we depend for a nice chunk of the budget coming from student government, but we also seek for outside sources. And if it has been your determination that that piece of the budget should no longer be given to us, we will have to look for other sources, but I hope and have all the confidence that we will be able to do that.
True Hernandez.
Will you be able to like contact?
We are in debate.
Can I direct a question there also?
You may.
Will you be able to like contact the person in charge of finances tonight, or like discuss for this? Like, or are they like just unavailable for like the entire night?
The who?
The finance person, like in charge, usually like in.
Oh yes, they're just simply like not in Orlando at the moment. They had some personal issue and like unforeseen, and therefore they're not able to come to the Senate, but they are available, I believe.
Senator Rickett.
Move to the previous question.
Second.
There's been a motion to move to the previous question. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, and it's been seconded. Any objections? Hearing none. We are now in voting procedures. Okay, with a vote count of 40 to 0 to 1, fiscal bill 5744 passes second reading. Next, we have fiscal bill 5745, funding for Chabad Jewish student group to host Passover at Chabad at UCF on April 1st, 2026. Are you still representing Senator Hagenbuck? You have 7 minutes.
I yield to the RSO.
All right, you have 7 minutes whenever you're ready. I will pull up the other presentation.
Thank you. I guess I'll just move on while you do that. It's obviously the same RSO, the same idea, different event. So I think I'll move straight to that. And then if you have questions, you will let me know. Passover, again, being one of the major holidays in Judaism, we do what we call the Passover Seder. Once again, another big sit-down meal event. The Seder, as we have it, was established in the year 70 CE, and it's a tradition that has taken place ever since, every single year, Jews wherever they've been in the world. And it's a very big, family staple event. And when students are having to spend that, on campus, usually actually falls out close to spring finals. It's a very big thing to be able to come and have a space to be able to have the Passover Seder with other Jewish students. So again, very popular event. Students who maybe don't come to all the events, who are more reserved in their attendance, we'll see them at this event as well. And again, our request for the cost breakdown is very similar. I apologize if I may have misrepresented the honorarium. Also, I'm not responsible for this breakdown of costs, so it's a little bit difficult for me to answer every single question. An additional cost that we do have labeled matzah is a traditional item that is part of the event, part of the meal. It is a very particular flatbread that's customary to have at this event. I'm sure you've seen some pop culture representations of it. However, inaccurate they may be sometimes. But it's a very high production thing to make. Therefore, it's expensive for bread. It is comes from wheat, which has been watched from its planting all the way to its harvesting, that it does not come in contact with excess water for its to be able to be produced in the way that it is. But it is, one of the main activities of the evening, one of the main staples of the Passover Seder. Other than that, I guess I'll take questions, but it's pretty much it's a sit-down event. Again, it has a leader. So in this event, that's what the honorarium is for as well. We read from what we call the Passover Haggadah. It's that was I believe the first version of the Haggadah also came about at least 1,000 years ago in I'm blanking out the century. But anyways, yes, these are all very old traditions, and we have a person that comes and he leads the Seder, right? So again, in this case, it would be the rabbi, and he guides us through all the steps and all the stories. It's a very involved meal with lots of different traditions and lots of different components. So that is what that would be mainly for. And again, it's like the same RSO. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I know it's a long night, so I guess we can move on.
Okay, we're now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions, Senator Lipner?
Is the rabbi honorarium for this also for Rabbi Chaim?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions for the RSO? Senator Barilla?
To the best of your knowledge, do you know if your RSO will still attempt to pay the rabbi honorarium with just different funds? I honestly if you can answer it now.
Being that this is an unforeseen event, that the honorarium has been approved for living memory of students on campus, I am unaware of the exact reaction. I guess I will take back your decision to the RSO, and we will have to move on from there.
Chair Rose?
May I direct a question to the DLEG?
You may.
Will these fiscal bills be seen on third reading tonight as well?
That is the plan, yes.
Okay, Wanjin?
President voting.
Vice Chair Wanjin, President voting, so noted at 8:51 p.m. Are there any other questions for the RSO? Senator El-Harak?
Would you say that the organizational and logistics help that you get from the rabbi is absolutely valuable and you can't do without it?
Well, this event is not taking place on campus. It's actually taking place at their facility. So we are doing it in partnership. So definitely it's a huge part of the event, but we're not doing this event, solely in a completely separate space. We're doing it in their space for this event. So I mean, assuming that you guys don't fund the honorarium, if you come to that decision, I'm sure that tonight we'll have some discussion and we'll come to some way of making the events work, because obviously we appreciate very much the help from student government, but these events are very important to our students and to our members, and we would like to see them go through and forward, with or without those fundings. So I'm sure that we'll find a way, either way.
Chair Gaudio?
May I direct a question to the ORS chair?
You may.
For the purposes of Title VIII, adjunct professors count as UCF faculty, right?
I don't know.
Are there any other questions? Senator Lipner?
In regards to the food that is being used for this event, is that also being cooked by Chabad?
We are getting it provided from them, yes, being that, especially for Passover, there are many dietary restrictions. And I'm sure, as you're aware, it's a very involved process in order to be able to have food that's kosher for Passover. So therefore, yes, we get their help from that.
Are there any other questions for the RSO? Seeing none, we are now in a period of debate. Senator Lipner?
Motion to see my amendments.
There's been a motion to see Chair Senator Lipner's amendment and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, you have 2 minutes.
This is doing basically what I did for the prior fiscal bill, where I am removing the rabbi honorarium from our total due to the fact that the individual is an adjunct professor at our university. I'll yield to questioning.
We're now in a period of questioning. Chair Chow?
I motion to approve these amendments by general consent.
There's been a motion to approve these
I
amendments.
object.
Do you withdraw?
Yes.
Okay, we're in a period of questioning. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we are now in a period of debate. Anybody wishing to speak in debate? See, Chair Furlow,
Meriton.
you may.
Yeah, if statutorily we can't fund a rabbi honorarium because the adjunct professor, I believe, is still faculty. I just looked it up, so hopefully Google didn't lie to me. But I'm pretty sure they are still faculty. So if we can't fund it, that's their statutes. We're bound by that. So with that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to move to vote in a second. Any objections? Hearing none, we are voting on the amendment. Okay, with a vote count of 36 to 6-0, this amendment passes. We're still in debate on the bill as a whole. Senator Lipner.
This is another great event. Everything about this seems wonderful. I encourage the individual to reach out to the people within your RSO and also the rabbi to see whether he is still currently actively employed by the university and whether that honorarium change will be extremely difficult to maintain this event at its current state in the future, because we will be seeing these at third reading, and after that happens today, we won't have an opportunity to kind of go back and revise them. So as soon as possible, I encourage you to reach out, and then I'll be voting in favor regardless. Move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote in a second. Any objections? Hearing none, but also when it's speaking in debate, make sure debate is directed towards the chair. With a vote count of 41 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5745 passes second reading. Thank you for coming out for both fiscal bills. We really appreciate it. Can you answer that out there? Okay, next we have Fiscal Bill 5746, funding for 32 members of the National Society of Black Engineers to travel to the NSBE Annual Convention in Baltimore, Maryland from March 18th to March 22nd, 2026. Senator Metellus is not here, and the DLEG is also in the conversation, so pro temp me. I yield to the RSO. Okay, to the RSO, you're already coming up. And then you have 7 minutes whenever you are ready.
All right, thank you. So hello, my name is Aristonis Jerome, AJ for short. I am the parliamentarian for the National Society of Black Engineers. And this is...
How's everyone doing? My name is Tommy Oluko. I'm the senator for the National Society of Black Engineers here at UCF. And we'd just like to introduce our 2026 annual convention proposal presentation. So next slide, please. So yeah, so basically an overview, we have 2 conventions throughout our fiscal year. We have a fall regional conference and we have our annual national convention. So basically this gives an insight for our members to explore companies, especially within the engineering space, on a more national scale. So it just gives it a premier event for all the NSBE chapters who encompass members from around the world. And it just basically allows us to showcase the NSBE cultures and achievements, whether we have that within different disciplines within our chapter, member size, and other things that we entail. Next slide, please. Oh. So yes, our goal is to increase the number of culturally responsible Black engineers who excel academically, succeed professionally, and positively impact the community. So by this, members attending this conference will have the opportunity to network with recruiters, thousands of engineering professionals and other engineering students, as well as develop their skills that make them the better students that they are and better leaders within just the academic and professional space. So yes, highlight from past conventions, especially we had our fall regional conference here in Florida, up there in Jacksonville. We actually won not this hackathon, but the one before, which was in Atlanta, Georgia in 2024. We won 3rd place for that hackathon. We won 1st place for elevator pitch. Academic Tech Bowl, we won 1st place. at Atlanta, Georgia, as well as this past Fall Regional Conference, which was last month. And we also won Chapter of the Year for medium-sized chapter category at one of our annual conventions. So one of our org's highlights for attending this event was last year's convention, which NESB UCF was recognized on the national level as the Chapter of the Year for a medium-sized chapter. Members that attended this event went on to receive multiple offers from big companies that you guys probably have heard of, such as NextEra Energy, Lockheed Martin, ExxonMobil, Goldman Sachs, Cummins, Eaton, and a bunch of other big engineering and big tech companies. So moving on to our cost breakdown.
Yeah, so registration after December 1st is going to be $470, which is what most members are going to pay. SGA will not be covering registration. Flight cost is about $17,239.46. This is with Southwest for 32 members. Hotel is about $317.545 for a room per night for 4 nights, 8 rooms, which is a total $10,161.44. And we will be staying at the Sonesta Hotel. This is our kind of cost breakdown. We are sanctioned 5% from previous years. We are receiving $7,500 from the College of Engineering and Computer Science. So we're asking to contribute $13,015.43. But yeah, that would be all for us. Thank you.
All right, we're now on a period of questioning. Are there any questions? Senator Banesh?
So how did you guys receive that sanction, and what can you do this time around to make sure you're being financially responsible?
Yeah, so that was before my time. The sanction occurred when a member on our e-board was also on SGA. So they were overseeing the process, and there was a miscommunication between the previous parliamentarian and the person on your SGA's e-board. And there was a miscommunication in prices, which cost us to not pay the full amount. The way that we're preventing this is having full communication with SGA, as well as having the clear cost breakdown in that Excel sheet, and just continuing to communicate and basically have the prices set for this upcoming convention.
All right, any other questions for the RSO? Senator Lipner?
How are the 32 members who you're bringing chosen to go, and do you have any backups in case they cannot make it?
Yeah, so it's a kind of a tedious process. We have this thing called 333, which means you have to attend 3 fundraisings, 3 community service, 3 GBMs, as well as 3 workshops, as well as community service. If members attend all those 3, they're eligible to go to ANC. And then also we look at points, which is how much you've participated in a general sense. We also look at just your behavior, professionalism. Previous members who went to other conferences are also eligible for ANC. And then we have a multitude of, we have an application open right now. And we have about e-board members are currently, which is 13 confirmed going. So we need about 19 members to go to meet that 32 member thing. And we have multiple members, over 54 applicants. So we'll definitely meet the amount of people needed to go.
All right, are there any other questions for the RSO? Seeking, you have a question? Dear Pinos?
Me being originally from Maryland, I know Baltimore can be a very crime-heavy city. Do you have any concerns about the safety in Baltimore going to this convention?
Yeah, it was a big concern, especially with the activities that we do. Some members want to go out and explore the city. So we've kind of told them to kind of refrain from that, remain in the specific region that we're at by the Baltimore Convention Center, which is relatively safe and relatively kind of a city area. As well as there will be other chapters there. So we'll have sort of a kind of a community to keep ourselves safe. So that's definitely a concern that we talked about, just keeping in that general area and not moving into unwanted spaces.
Vice Chair Wanjin? How did you choose the hotel that you guys are staying in?
Yeah, so the National Society of Black Engineers is a national organization. So they have partnerships with different hotels near the convention. They've provided us a kind of a robust list of different hotels that we can stay at. We determine based on comfortability, amenities, as well as distance from the convention center. This hotel, the Sonesta, is about a 6-minute walk from the convention center. So that was decided based on that. And it has free breakfast. So.
Are there any other questions? Are there any other questions for the RSO? Senator Lipner?
How is that total number of people you're bringing, 32, chosen, and why would you not choose something larger or smaller?
Yeah, so we always want to keep price in mind. If we increase the amount of hotel as well as the flight, it kind of not exponentially, but greatly increases the price. If we don't get any sponsorship, the price would then be given to members. So we want to keep it in a relative affordable price range. Also, we also see a decrease in terms of membership participation when it comes to spring semester. This being in the March, we had 56 people go to FRC. We want to decrease that because from just trends, we've seen a decrease in participation in terms of spring semester. And that's how we kind of landed on that number. It's been a number for multiple years, around 36, 35, 32 this time.
Okay, Pro Tem Hamid.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate and a second. Do you withdraw?
I do.
Senator Lipner?
I'm looking at the NSB's convention website right now, and I found the Royal Sonesta Harbor Port, Baltimore, and it seems like, wait, is that not the right one? Inner Harbor, okay. Sonesta Hotel at Baltimore Inner Harbor, and I'm seeing the largest cost for price per night being $139 for a quad. Can you clarify where you got that total of $538? Oh, that's not per night, that's per member. Never mind, that makes sense. Wait. Sorry, let me start from the beginning because I am all over the place. The largest cost I see on their webpage for that hotel is around $139 a night. However, you're requesting a total of $317 per night.
Yeah.
Why is that discrepancy there?
Yeah, so that's generally because the National Society of Black Engineers requests a rate during the time that they do request it. And then when you re-request rates are change based on time availability. Multiple chapters. This is a national scale, so over 200, 300, 400 chapters are going. So when rooms kind of fill up, prices increase based on supply and demand. And when we requested the rate for that specific hotel, that was the current rate we have. We also have documentation of that rate, so that's actually a secured rate. That's for our room block, so that's why the rate kind of increased based on their given price.
Okay. Pro Tem Hamid?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, we are now in a period of debate. Chair Varela, Senator Jones, Senator Lipner.
I was going to ask if I may retain, if people with their hands up want to shake their heads or not. I won't retain. It's okay. Yeah, I just want to say networking opportunities awesome for engineering students. Also, I love the city of Baltimore. I'm actually from there. I grew up there for elementary school. It's a beautiful place. I think the danger is overstated. So I think that they will have a fine time there. I think that I have a great time there.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Chair Rose.
Motion to see my amendment as a technical.
It will be seen as a technical. Senator Jones.
Yeah, I said this in committee, but NSBE is such a great org. They offer a lot of great opportunities for their students. They answered all the questions really well. So yeah, I'm voting in favor, and I urge you all to do so as well.
Okay, Senator Lipner.
I'll echo the sentiments of the prior two senators and move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote.
Second.
And a second. Any objections? Hearing none, we are not in voting procedures on this bill. With a vote count of 41 to 0, fiscal bill 5746 passes second reading. Thank you for coming out. We really appreciate it. Next, we have fiscal bill 5747, funding for Pineapple Theater Club to host the SpongeBob musical at Darden Auditorium on April 17th, 2026. Dila Kaufman, you have 7 minutes whenever you're ready.
I yield to the RSO.
You may come up.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Noah. I'm the treasurer of Pineapple Theater Club. Yeah, and this is the bill request for our spring musical. Pineapple Theater Club. So what is Pineapple Theater? We are RSO based on the Rosen campus, and we work to give students theater opportunities of all majors, so not just theater majors, mainly focusing on non-theater majors. We host a bunch of workshops and socials, master classes, stuff like that, anything from performance to technical to management. There's a surprisingly great amount of management in Pineapple Theater, from like production managers to stage managers, anything like that. It's been a really great experience for any students involved, and for me personally, just managing budgets and all of that. It's been a really great experience. Yeah, and then we also offer a bunch of performance opportunities from straight plays. We just did Puffs. Thank you for all who came out to that. We do showcases. We have one of those coming up, Home for the Holidays. And then we are also doing musicals. And yeah, we also have social events, stuff like that. These are some of our shows we've done. There's Legally Blonde, top left, Footloose, bottom right, Puffs, we just finished, top right. Yeah. Next one, and the SpongeBob musical. Show dates are going to be April 17th to 19th. We're going to have 4 shows across that weekend, and it's going to be free for UCF students. It's not on there, but it's going to be $15 for non-UCF students. We are projecting about 35 students in the cast. That can vary by a couple people depending on how casting goes, and then about 20 students in the production team, including stage manager, director, assistant, ASMs, all that kind of stuff. So around 55 students total. And then we're hoping to have about 180 people per show on average. We had about 170 last year for Legally Blonde. And we're hoping that now we've just grown a little more and that a few more people will come. And so we're looking around about 720 people total. And then for the request itself, we're requesting the amount that's up there. And it's for props, costumes, set materials, all kinds of stuff for props. That includes things for materials to make a bunch of signs. There's a surprising amount of signs in this show. Oh my gosh. There's a bunch of fans, bubbles, pool noodles, all kinds of stuff, very cartoony things. Then for costumes, we're requesting anything on here that's not size dependent. So ties, suspenders, hairspray, so much hairspray. Yeah, anything that's not size dependent and dependent on the actor. And then for set, we know we just need this specific amount of lumber pieces because we have an extension to our stage that we're going to put up. And yeah, we have most of that extension already, but these are just the support pieces that we couldn't save from last show. So those are in there. And then for tech, we have mics for the cast we heard. Rosen doesn't provide any mics right now, so we do still have to provide those ourselves, which is why that's on here. And then here's some of the supporting documents. This isn't everything. You should have a whole Google Sheets of all of the many items in there and their breakdowns, how many we need, what the total cost is, which is how we got to our total amount. But these are some of the highlights. There's the wood that we're getting from Home Depot. The mics, those are a pack of 8, so that should be less than $100 for each of those mics. I know that has been a question in the past. Then Bikini Bottom backdrop. This rental it's not a recurring fee, if that was going to be a question. It is a weekly rental, so one-time purchase for the week. We'll put it up and use it for the show and then return it. And then right in the top right here, we have all of the licensing fees for the show itself from Concord Licensing. This is so that we don't get sued for doing the show. And yeah, and just for like scripts and audio tracks and the rental itself and stuff like that. And thank you very much. Come out and support the spring musical.
Okay, we are now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions for the RSO? ELA Reed and then Senator Banesh.
Yeah, so I know last year we also funded microphones for Legally Blonde. I was wondering if you still had those and kind of why essentially you needed additional mics as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of those did not make it through the performance. And that's okay. That's to be expected. We also, Rosen is changing up their soundboard a lot, and that has been that has caused us a few issues. So this past show, we did get a whole bunch of new mics, which have worked very well. And these are the same ones we had for Puffs. And so we're just requesting more since the cast is bigger than Puffs. But yeah, Rosen's changing all their sound stuff, and it's not been super helpful. But that's why.
Senator Banesh.
Miss Reed kind of took my question, but I do have a question. Is the casting, is the auditions, is it only for people in Pineapple Theater?
You do have to be a dues paying member to do the show, but you don't have to be dues paying to audition. You can audition, get cast, and then pay your dues. So you don't have to commit and then audition if that's what your question is.
All right, any other questions for the RSO? Seeing none, we are now in a period of debate. ELA Reed, Senator Banesh, and then Senator Lipner.
Oh my gosh, I'm the world's probably one of 5 SpongeBob the Musical fans out there. I love this show. Hopefully I'll make it to auditions. who knows? So I'm so excited that you guys are actually doing SpongeBob the Musical, and I'm very excited to help you guys put this on. So everyone, please vote yes so I can go audition for the show.
Okay, Senator Banesh.
Anna Reed, make that 2, because when I saw SpongeBob Musical, I literally jumped for joy. Like, guys, in 9th grade, I performed that. So if y'all need a SpongeBob, I'm not a simple sponge. So yeah, we'll be voting in favor.
I fear we're still unprofessional. Senator Lipner.
Yeah, I think we found 3 of the 5 SpongeBob the Musical lovers in this world, because when I saw this bill, I truly felt like it was the best day ever. I can imagine that the microphones did get whipped into shape from that last show, so I can understand why you need some more. But all in all, I'll be voting in favor, and I urge you all to do the same. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote in a second. Chair Lush.
President voting.
Chair Lush, President voting, so noted at 9:14 p.m. We are now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 39 to 1, Fiscal Bill 5747 passes second reading. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you very much.
And then last up for fiscal bills, we have Fiscal Bill 5748, funding for 8 members of MetLife to travel to the Summer Lima SLT Smile Movement in Lima, Peru from May 16th to May 24th, 2026. Senator Green is not here, so D-Leg Kaufman.
I yield to the RSO.
Okay, to the RSO, you may come up whenever you're ready.
Hello. Okay. Hi, my name is Brenta Garza. I'm the mobile clinics officer with MedLife at UCF. Currently, I'm talking about our SLT to Lima, Peru it's a dental SLT. It'll be from May 16th to, no, not May 16th, March 16th, May 16th to May 24th in Lima, Peru. This is our basic itinerary. It's similar to the last one, except here we have 4 clinic days, and then we'll be going to either a mobile clinic, like in the community, or to a permanent dental clinic. At the dental clinic, our patients at the mobile clinics are referred to our permanent dental clinic from like the mobile clinic stations, and like the mobile clinics, our registration covers and pays for like equipment, medications, and it supports like procedures so that they're available to like the people who cannot afford them. These are our SLT stations. They're similar to our last SLT with triage, taking vitals, education, like learning about nutrition, toothbrushing, where they learn how to properly brush their teeth, pharmacy, there'll be like filling out prescriptions, the dental station, which would be doing stuff like cavities and like tooth extractions, and prophylaxis, which is simply like teeth cleaning. Our lodging is Hotel Naya. It's included in the registration. It's in Miraflores, Lima. The benefits to the UCF community are it gives students a global perspective. They work with underserved populations, and participants gain a deeper understanding of how access to dental care impacts overall health and quality of life. They also come back with specialized practical skills, like they assist with cleanings, fluoride treatments, and like hygiene education, which they can bring back to do like workshops with our SLT. They learn a lot about leadership and teamwork. Currently, our volunteering direct officer for MedLife is pre-dental. It fosters cultural awareness and empathy. As I've said before, we've partnered with cultural clubs like JAMSA and Latin Rhythm to like bring inclusivity into our club, and it also inspires continued service. Our volunteering officer has like done volunteering events with Tooth Fairy volunteers to like bring like dental service to our local community. For fundraising, we have MedLife Advocate Rewards, where participants can exchange like points into like a monetary discount, and then also a personal contributions page, which participants can start after they've put down their deposit. Okay. Don't mind this slide. I previously had a bill before this, which was like $16,335. So this bill will just max out our cap. So I think our bill says for the dental facility just says $5,505 to reach our cap. These are some images, of our participants working in the mobile clinic stations, like teaching young children how to brush their teeth, as well as in the permanent dental stations with more like advanced equipment. And these are some like receipts for the registration, flights, and the discounts.
Okay, we're now on creative questioning. Are there any questions for the RSO? Senator Benesh?
So since you'll be reaching your cap with this bill, were you guys doing fundraising or anything to supplement?
Yes, I've already reached out to all the participants who are interested, mentioning that like the SG will not be able to reach their 50%. And I haven't gotten any emails back saying like that they can't attend, but I've been talking with our treasurer about like fundraising directly for them so that we can reach their 50%.
All right, Senator Lipner?
You mentioned that there were two ways that the individuals could pay for this trip, one being an individual, like personal funding of it, and the other being like a point system. Can you clarify what that point system is and how that works?
Yes, so MedLife Advocate Rewards is like a reward system basically. So like you get points, like let's say I get, like as I said before, there's a QR code you can fill out. And then on that you get a $50 discount, which is like, so 500 points turns into a $50 discount. For me, like because I'm a second attendee on an SLT, if I fill out a form as well, I can get like 2,000 points, which is like a $200 discount. Or if you make like a post about MedLife, you can get like a $15 discount. So that's how that works.
All right, are there any other questions for the RSO? Senator Lipner?
Would you expect a portion of your contribution to be made up of those discounts, or would it be completely money that is spent by MedLife to support this?
Can you read that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that you may be setting yourself up for some kind of reversion rate by not specifically paying for the contribution. So just to confirm, you will be paying at least $5,000 in like physical cash to this process.
Yes. I have our discounts into our breakdown cost, right? And because we're not reaching like the 7,000 that we're requesting anyway, so I think we will reach 5,500. But I'm because of previous issues in the past, I'm very conservative with our numbers and our costs. So I have included our discounts into like the calculations for our registration.
Any other questions for the RSO? Senator Callis?
So the day before you guys come back to the United States, you said there was an optional tour. Could you explain what that tour is?
Yes. So the optional tour is like an extra cost. It's an extra cost of $190, which is paid for at registration. So it's not fronted onto SG funding. And it's a tour where they go, it's really cool. They go like sand dune, bugging like in sand dunes. And then we also learn about Peru's like national drink, which is called pisco. And it's really fun. I always find that like the optional tours on those days are you get your money's worth out of them. So yeah.
Sergeant Orange Bonaventure?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate in a second. Any objections? Do you withdraw?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Lipner?
Can you clarify what kind of documentation or steps that you've taken to ensure that the group is safe during this trip, seeing as you're going to be out of the country and in South America?
Yes. I've talked with our chapter coach, and I mean, I've always found all the cities that I've been on with MedLife to be like very safe. We have multiple, like the hotels are always very safe with tight security, and then also we have multiple like chapter coaches. I think usually 6 like coaches and leaders. Like I think we have a group of 50 people like of different chapters across like states, and there's like 6 like leaders of each group that are there with us.
Any other questions, Senator Lipner?
May I direct a question to the CRT chair?
You may.
Have you received any documentation that they have guaranteed those necessary security measures?
I've not received anything like that, but I'll note that we don't usually ask, or I don't think I've ever received something like that from an RSO requesting a fiscal bill.
Are there any other questions for the RSO? Seeking none, we are now in a period of debate. Are there any people wishing to speak in debate? Chair Gaudio?
So I'm just pulling up the Department of State travel advisory, and they're going to, so it seems they're going to the Lima area, and the Department of State does mention that the area of Lima is one of the safer areas of Peru. So throwing that out there for those concerns.
Okay, anybody else wishing to speak in debate? Sergeant at Arms Bonaventure.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, we are now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 39 to 2 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5748 passes second reading. Thank you for coming out. Deleg Kaufman.
Motion to see fiscal bills 5740, 44, 45, 46, 47, and 48 on third reading.
There's been a motion to see Fiscal Bills 40, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48 on third reading, and there have been seconds. Are there any objections? Hearing none, they have been moved to third reading. Is there a motion to move to notice of legislation on third reading? Okay, we are back in notice of legislation on third reading. Chair Gaudio.
I move for internal bills 5740, 46, 47, and 48 to be considered approved on third reading.
There's been a
I
motion.
object.
Do you withdraw?
He said internal bill, not fiscal bill.
Okay.
Sorry. I move for fiscal bills 5740, 46, 47, and 48 to be considered approved on third reading. Thank
There's
you.
been a motion to approve Fiscal Bills 40, 46, 47, 48 as a block. Are there any objections? Okay, so that will not be happening. Troy Hernandez.
I motion to see fiscal bill 5740, motion to approve by general consent.
There's been a motion to approve Fiscal Bill 5740 by general consent. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Fiscal Bill 5740 is approved by general consent. We are on Fiscal Bill 5744, funding for Shabbat Jewish Student Group to host Mega Shabbat at the Pegasus Ballroom on February 20th, 2026. Senator Hagenbuch, you have 7 minutes.
I yield to the RSO.
I don't believe, oh, Laura, so you may come back up to the podium.
There we go. Thank you again for your time. A few points of clarification and updates. First and foremost, I spoke to our treasurer briefly outside, and the general consensus is that given the amendment and whether that holds, but if that holds, we are still confident in making the event take place. Our first and foremost priority is obviously the students having these events and these types of gatherings being available to the students, and we will do anything and everything in our power to get that done. We have donors, right? As I'll explain a bit later, part of our expenses are not covered by student government, and we have donors, and we work with people that help us out. So it will be a setback and it will be a challenge, but we are committed to make these events happen. 2 points of clarification. First of all, again, I'm sorry if I misexpressed some ideas, so I just want to clarify. I'm not entirely sure you guys were trying to clarify about the honorarium, about the rabbi's position as faculty, so I'm wondering if that could be clarified. To my understanding, he has not taught in the last semester or this semester or will be in the future semester. So again, I'm not sure exactly how that fits into everything. I leave that to you guys. But obviously I would ask that if we can clarify that and, get down to the nitty gritty, because to my understanding, a big part of the votes for the senator's amendment were primarily based on that criterion, that being met, that if he's faculty, then obviously you guys can't fund that. That being said, if that is the case, obviously we respect that and we still appreciate the support. The second point would be in that scenario, to my understanding, due to recent updates, every semester and every year, the amount that RSOs are allowed to be given by the student government becomes less and less and less, because obviously there's more, the school keeps growing and there's more need. I believe now it's like 21,000. Someone can correct me. So obviously we put the bigger like budget things on here, but obviously we have other expenses, like I mentioned before, which we don't ask in this bill, but we have in the past. So what I was told is that in the past we've had an item for 2,500 just for setup costs, things like renting chairs and tables and tablecloths and forks and knives and all those things, which are obviously a big part of these events and make it a really nice and presentable event that people want to be a part of. I believe, like people mentioned, that you looked at the record of previous bills. Again, I don't have those bills on hand, but if one of you will do me the favor, I'm sure that you'll be able to see that in previous years, those requests have been in the bills in addition to these other requests. So that is another point that I would bring up to you. But once again, if that is an impossibility or that is not something you will consider, we will still move on with what you have given us so far. We are very grateful and committed to making these events happen. And unless you guys have questions, thank you for your time.
Okay, we are now in the period of questioning. Vice Chair Wanjin.
Do you have quotes you could give us for those setup costs that you mentioned?
So as I said, this was like a very last moment thing. I don't have it on me, but I believe, right, for everything that we have done in the past, every time that we've done that, we have had to give invoices to student government to back up those claims. So I'm not sure if you have access to that, but those invoices, I mean, either I could try to get them to produce them to you. Obviously, I had like 30 minutes to get all this put together. It would take a little bit more time to be able to get all those, but those invoices, it's a thing that we have in the past, and they will be provided as well in the case that you do consider that. Yeah.
Pro Tempore Hamid.
Can I direct a question to either the FAO chair or to D-Lake Kaufman?
You may.
So to either of you who could answer, in the past, have we provided money for silverware, since in the FAO appendix it says that we cannot fund like cutlery and stuff?
I guess we can kind of both answer, but unless it's included in the cost of catering, we shouldn't be outright funding like catering accessories like plates and things like that.
Okay, are there any other questions? Senator Barela.
Yeah, this goes to anyone who can answer, because I've heard like 5 different answers tonight. Do we know if the rabbi is currently employed at the University of Central Florida as a faculty member? Because I feel like I've heard different opinions and answers to this, so I think that's really, really important to know how we're going to vote. So anyone who can tell me, because I thought he wasn't, and then apparently he was, and now he isn't again. So I would just like firm clarification.
Chair Gaudio, do you have an answer?
So in Workday, he is listed as an instructor, and I was looking through the course catalog for the past few years, and it seems every spring he teaches JST 3210, Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism. I probably butchered that word.
Okay, any other questions to the RSO on this bill? Senator Lipner.
How long do you expect it would take you to find those quotes for tables, chairs, and tablecloths for like setup purposes?
Again, I would have to reach back out to our treasurer and be able to get that to you. Again, for immediate effect, I would ask if you have the ability to look back at those previous bills that were approved, because I know for a fact that every single bill after it's approved, our RSO has submitted back, those receipts showing like backing up those costs. And also you will see that similar costs have been included in the past. Again, if I misrepresent exactly the exact purpose of them, I apologize. As I said, this is, first of all, not my typical job. And also, I was not expecting to have this setback this evening. But I would direct you to those pre-existing, factual documents.
All right, are there any other questions for the RSO? Seeing none, we are now in period of debate. Anybody wishing to speak in debate? I see that there is an amendment. Senator Lipner.
I'll speak in debate because I'm hesitant to put a cost on a bill without quotes. So I would love to hear the body's thoughts, but I'm personally open to taking a quick recess for maybe 15 minutes to allow the RSO to figure that out. But also, I'd love to hear all of your thoughts before I make that motion.
Do you like Hoffman?
I would also be willing to table this, but if we are doing a recess for the event, we could do it during that time. I don't know if that's still happening, but if it is, then we can. do it
There is like 28 minutes left of Winter Wonderland. It is up to you guys. Chair Hernandez.
Can I make two motions? I motion to table fiscal bill 5744 and 45, and I motion for a 28-minute recess.
All right, there's been a motion to table fiscal bills 57, 44, and 45.
Second.
And a second. Do you have an objection to this motion being made? Seeing no objections, we will table these. What is your question? Sorry.
I'm just wondering if we table it. Never mind, actually, I answered my question.
Okay, and then there's also been a motion to recess.
Seconded.
For 33 minutes and a second. Hearing no objections, we will come back at exactly 10:07, I believe. Exactly, guys. oh my gosh, on third reading. So what do we wish to do? Are we picking up the tabled bills or are we continuing with everything else? Deli Kaufman,
Motion to pick fiscal bill 5744 up from the table.
there's been a motion to pick up fiscal bill 5744 from the table, and there's been a second. Any objections? Hearing none, we are on fiscal bill 5744. The RSO is no longer here. Oh, the RSO is here. You may come up. And then you just have 7 minutes whenever you're ready.
I'll just like the others.
Okay. Just to thank the senators that came outside to help me out. Very last moment, I know, but they helped me find some of the records of previous years, and it's not everything that we could have prepared in with more anticipation, but it's something. So I believe they will bring that up to you in a moment. So I thank you again, all of you, for your time and for your support. And with that, I yield my time.
All right, we are now in a period of questioning on fiscal bill 5744. Are there any questions for the RSO? Seeking none, we are now in a period of debate. Does anybody wish to speak in debate? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 36 to 0, fiscal bill 5744 passes third reading. Is there a motion to pick up fiscal bill 5745 from the table?
So moved.
All right, we are now on fiscal bill 5745. To the RSO, you have 7 minutes whenever you're ready. This is the one that changes were made to.
Yeah, I yield my time.
Okay, we are now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions? I'm just dimming the lights so you guys can see the information that was found by the fiscal chairs. Are there any questions on this bill overall? Seeing none, we are now in a period of debate. Chair Lush.
Motion to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see Chair Lush's amendment and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so as he mentioned, we found the costs from last year's setup costs for this event, or it was for a different event, but they need the same costs because it is not held in the Pegasus Ballroom, and therefore the chairs, the tables, and things like that are not covered. So I added those. These reflect the cost of the tablecloths that you can see in the top left there, and the tables and the chairs on the right side of the screen there. And then I updated the costs and the split as well.
All right, we are now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions on these amendments? Senator Lipner?
Motion to approve these amendments.
There's been a motion to approve these amendments by general consent. Are there any objections? Hearing none, these amendments are approved by general consent. We are still in debate on the bill as a whole. Are there any others wishing to speak in debate? Senator Lipner?
Yeah, as I said before, this is a great event. I'm glad that we could get them the extra funding for these setup costs, and I'll be voting in favor.
Chair Chow?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote.
Second.
In a second. Are there any objections? Hearing none, we are now in voting procedures on fiscal bill 5745. With a vote count of 36 to 0, fiscal bill 4745 passes third reading. Thank you again to the RSO for coming out. All right, and next we have fiscal bill 5746, funding for 32 members of NSBE to travel to the NSBE annual convention in Baltimore from March 18th to the 22nd. Deli Kaufman?
Nothing has changed. RSO is not here. I yield my time.
Okay, we are now in a period of questioning. Pro Tem Hamid?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote.
Second.
And a second. Are there any objections? Hearing none, we are now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 36 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5746 passes third reading. Next, we have Fiscal Bill 5747, funding for Pineapple Theater Club to host the SpongeBob musical at Darden Auditorium on April 17th, 2026. Dila Kaufman, you have 7 minutes whenever you're ready.
No changes. I yield my time.
All right, we are now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions? Pro Tem Hamid?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, we are now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 35 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5747 passes third reading. Next, we have Fiscal Bill 5748, funding for 8 members of MedLife to travel to Summer Lima SLT Smile Movement in Lima, Peru from May 16th to May 24th, 2026. Dila Kaufman?
No changes. I yield my time.
We are now in a period of questioning. Pro Tem Hamid?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, we are now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 34 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5748 passes third reading. Internal committee reports, ENA Committee Chair Chow.
Good evening, Senate. We did not see any confirmations or internal bills today. We did see and vote for the amendments on the ERP. The amendments to the ERP were denied 1-4 to 0. We also talked about our plans for the Title VI rehaul and how we'll continue to stay on timeline before the election period. Also, we want to discuss we went ahead and discussed in committee how we want to go ahead and pass the legislation for the rehaul for Title VI. And this is specifically for like the format rehaul, not for the legislation that we'll see tonight. ENA is also meeting on Thursdays in the spring semester from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Join the committee. We have open seats, guys. Also, the first ENA meeting the first meeting in spring is when chair elections will be held. So run if you are interested. Not only that, but I want to thank everyone in Senate and especially everyone in my wonderful committee for being such advocates for the UCF student body and being so lovely outside of all of your roles. I hope everyone has a wonderful night, like always.
All right, are there any questions for the ENA Committee Chair, Senator Lipner?
Point of inquiry.
Yes.
Does the Election Commission representative count towards quorum in ENA? And if we did not have quorum, would we have voted on the ERP today?
So they do contribute to quorum, but they don't contribute to voting, which is why I removed their one vote from it was originally 2 to 4 to 0, but then I changed it because I realized I accidentally took their vote. So it's 1 to 4 to 0, but they do contribute to quorum.
Chair Gaudio?
May I quickly speak, please?
You may.
They do not contribute for or against quorum.
Okay, any other questions for the ENA Committee Chair? Seeing none. GAP Committee Chair Varela.
Hi, my computer's on the fritz, so my notes aren't totally done yet. But overall, GAP's working smoothly. We had our last meeting of the semester today. Overall, we just discussed plans for winter meetings to stay on top of Day of the Capitol. Also, just some updates for you on like general Florida policy. The deadline to file House bills will be this Friday. There is no deadline for Senate bills, so we will have a pretty good idea of all the bills that are filed by next week. I've been told that like there's gonna be hundreds of bills filed on Friday, so we definitely won't be able to get through all of that like in a day, but we'll definitely work on it. And other than that, me and Vice Chair Candelora were able to help give the Day of the Capitol first prep session. So big thank you to GAC DeMarco for helping facilitate that.
Any questions for the GAP Committee Chair? Seeing none. LJR Committee Chair Gaudio.
One last time for the semester. Good evening, folks. We did not meet this week due to having no time-sensitive business to attend to. Dean meeting absences will be seen at the beginning of the spring semester. As a reminder, we will be meeting Mondays at 4 p.m. in the spring semester, so if anyone is interested in joining the committee, now is the time to do it. Vice Chair Trey Hernandez is graduating this semester. She will be greatly missed by the committee and myself, and I hope she only has the best to look forward to.
Any questions for the LJR Committee Chair? Seeing none. SBA Chair Teodorescu.
Hello, Senate. SBA will be meeting one last time tomorrow to go over the semester and talk about the future of the committee. I did not put this in my announcement. Super sorry. but Proclamation 5714 was passed 11-0 to 1. Proclamation 5715 was passed 12-0 to 0. And SBA also tabled at downtown and main campus. Thank you to all those who held down the floor downtown while I was dying with my injury.
Any questions for the SBA committee chair? Seeing none, internal legislation, notice of legislation on third reading, internal bill 5721, updates to Title 12 requiring fully public meetings across SG. Vice Chair Wanjan, you have 7 minutes whenever you're ready.
I'll keep this short tonight. This bill is just intended to clarify that SG entities are not allowed to utilize executive sessions or other methods of entering a private meeting unless required by law. And I really like the amendments to the bill, adding the university regulations or constitution to that. I'm happy to answer any questions. I yield the rest of my time.
We're now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions on this bill? Seeking none, we are now in a period of debate. Senator Lipner.
Motion to see Chair Gaudio's amendments.
Chair Gaudio is currently not in here. Does anybody wish to adopt them?
I will.
Okay, Senator Lipner, you have there's been a motion to see Chair Gaudio's amendments and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready, Senator Lipner.
Yeah, these are just adding other areas that would not otherwise be required under law, but are still things that have reasons for or not entering a private meeting. And so I will also yield to Gaudio in case he has anything else he wants to add about your amendment to the requiring public meetings across SG internal bill from Wanjan.
So, in essence, for no particular reason lately, I was reading the student body constitution, and notably under Article 4, it grants, the Judicial Council the ability, it says they shall, quote, conduct closed hearings on matters concerning individual violations of University of Central Florida regulations. And so basically this says, in addition to the law, if the university or the higher document says, hey, this has to be a closed meeting, then it allows for that, mostly just as a ease of reading. I yield. Thank you.
All right, we're now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions on this amendment? Chair Barella.
So this would still allow them to go into closed session for stuff like that would be about like the UCF regulations, like Sky report stuff, but will require them to stay out of executive session for stuff like judicial reviews or election violation hearings.
Yes, because this is basically saying that, if the university says this must be a closed hearing, and then it must be a closed hearing. The student body constitution says these shall be closed hearings, so they shall be closed hearings. If it's not required at a particular moment, then the expectation is that they would exit executive session. Otherwise, they could be held accountable.
Okay, are there any other questions on this amendment? Seeing none, we are now in a period of debate. Anybody wishing to debate on these amendments? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures on the amendment. With a vote count of 33 to 0 to 2, this amendment passes by general consent. Wait, nope, I said that wrong. Anyway, we're still in debate on the bill as a whole. Anybody wishing to speak in debate? Pro Tem Hamid?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to move to vote and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, we are now in voting procedures on internal bill 5720. With a vote count of 33 to 0 to 1, internal bill 5721 passes third reading. Next, we have internal bill 5722, updates to Title VI, outlining the election commission scope. Chair Chow, you have 7 minutes whenever you're ready.
Sorry, they're already being seen as a block. Just want to make sure.
22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. Right, there's been a motion to see internal bills 5722 through 26 as a block.
Second.
In a second, any objections? Seeing none, these 5 will be seen as a block. You have 7 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, not much has changed. There is an amendment. So Internal Bill 5722 updates to Title VI, outlining the Election Commission scope. In Chapter 601, 601.1, we want to add, but not limited to, election procedures, and that additional language because they also oversee presidential debates and then also marketing. So they just want to make sure that that was just included to increase their scope a little bit. And then for subtitle A, B, C, D, there is an amendment for subtitles and the whereas clauses that I'm perfectly fine with that. I yield the rest of my time.
We're now in a period of questioning on this block. Are there any questions? Chair Verla?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. In a second, any objections? Hearing none, we are now in debate on these bills. D. Kaufman?
Motion to see my amendments.
There's been a motion to see D. Kaufman's amendments. Can you tell me which bill that is on?
It's on 23, 24, 25, 26, just replacing the words appendices with subtitles in the whereas clauses.
Okay, there's been a motion to see D. Kaufman's amendments. In a second, any objections? Hearing none, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, it's the same thing on all the bills. It just replaces the word appendices with subtitles to match what it was changed to. I yield.
All right, we're in a period of questioning.
I raise a point of order to the chair. I do not believe we have quorum at the moment.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22. Yeah, we do. We have 35 or 34 and we're here right now. Okay, we are still in debate. We are in questioning.
Motion to approve these amendments.
There's been a motion to approve these amendments by general consent. In a second, any objections? Hearing none, these amendments are approved by general consent. There is still the amendment on the first bill. Senator Lipner?
Yeah, motion to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see Lipner's amendment and a second. Any objections? Hearing none. Senator Lipner, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
So this is the same thing that Chair Chow just said about the adding the but not limited to, but moving it to be grammatically correct as far as I can tell, because I think student body election procedures should be together and not separated. And so I think to me this reads better, but I'll hear you all out if you think it's different.
Okay, we are now in a period of questioning on this amendment. Are there any questions on this amendment? Seeing none, we are now in a period of debate. Are there any pieces of debate on this amendment? Chair Verla?
I move to approve this amendment.
There's been a motion to approve this amendment by general consent. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the amendment is approved. We are still in debate on the block as a whole. Are there any other pieces of debate? Chair Verla?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. In a second, any objections? Hearing none, we are now in voting procedures on the block of bills. With a vote count of 35 to 0, this bill block passes third reading. Next, we have Internal Bill 5727, updates to Title 14, refining caucus definitions, membership, and scope. Chair Lipner, you have 7 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to keep this quick as possible, but I know that there were some questions about what was going on in second reading, so I want to set those clear at this speech right now. So to be clear, this bill does make some very small changes, but they are important, clarifying updates to Title 14. So that way our caucus statutes accurately reflect the student groups that we are already serving and intend to serve. Someone mentioned the Sustainability Caucus, and I will admit that this definition does more accurately suit the Sustainability Caucus, but it absolutely also does support the Disability Caucus, the Military Veterans Caucus, the Intercampus and Transfer Caucus, and also the ability for new caucuses to be added as are seen fit by the student body senates, because at the end of the day, we have the voting rights to decide what is and is not a caucus. And so the language in front of you avoids the problems of first, whether changing the wording would either expand caucuses too broadly, or second, dilute the role of identity-based caucuses. And I believe that the languages that I came up with does both of those things. First, the amendment to replace the term identity with the phrase distinct student communities whose shared circumstances affect access, belonging, or participation. Legally, this matters because identity has a narrow meaning in statutory interpretation. Under Black's Law and similar drafting standards, identity refers to a personal classification of race, gender, or other things like that. But because our caucuses already represent more than just identity groups, transfer and intercampus, sustainability, military veterans, as I mentioned, this language simply brings the statute in line with how caucuses actually function. And at the same time, the added phrasing creates a clear limiting standard, ensuring that caucuses remain tied to groups whose circumstances materially affect their campus experiences and aren't just hobbies, interests, or political viewpoints. Because I think that is the legal guardrail that is necessary and is explicitly baked into this wording as I wrote it. I also wanted to add a mission clause that every caucus must establish and uphold a defined purpose aligned with its represented student community. This is something that many caucuses already do, and it will improve the clarity, accountability, and consistency across all caucuses without changing any powers or procedures. And so in total, I want to direct everyone's attention to the title once again. This is just refining caucus definitions, membership, and scope. This isn't changing anything drastically. I just wanted to make sure that the wording within our statutes matches how we as caucuses are currently functioning. Thank you.
All right, we are now in a period of questioning on this internal bill. Are there any questions? Chair Varela?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. And a second. Any objections? Hearing none, we are now in a period of debate. Are there any wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures on this bill. Okay, with a vote count of 29 to 6 to 0, Internal Bill 5727 passes third reading. Next, we have Internal Bill 5728, updates to Title IX, justifications of censure. Chair Gaudio, you have 7 minutes whenever you're ready, and I'm also going to turn on one of the Zooms. There we go. You have 7 minutes whenever you're ready.
1 second. It's requesting I put in my login information for some reason, even though I have the agenda open. Thank you very much. So, in essence, just to sort of reiterate what was said last week, this is a bill slightly updating the censure process. Under the current statutory language, you must cite a specific statute which is being violated. Of course, the Title IX also says that actions or inactions committed by an individual may include, but are not limited to. And so that are not limited to is a very broad umbrella. So what can end up happening is people just cite that line during a censure if it's not something that cleanly falls under, or just gets kludged into something else. And so this is just saying, hey, you don't have to cite something specifically because you have to include a description of events regardless. And it does also add that if you're alleging a specific violation of governing documents, you do have to put that in your description of events. So just to kind of make the process a little smoother and less technicalities, I yield the rest of my time.
We're now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions on this internal bill? Seeing none, we are now in a period of debate. Chair Varela?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. In a second, any objections? Hearing none, we are now in voting procedures on Internal Bill 5728. With a vote count of 34 to 1 to 0, Internal Bill 5728 passes third reading. Next, we have Internal Bill 5729, updates to Title VI, reducing presidential campaign expense limits. Chair Gaudio, you have 7 minutes whenever you're ready.
I'm back. So this is again, we saw this last week. This takes the presidential campaign expense limit down from 2,500 down to 2,000. Hang on. Sorry. Yeah, there was quite a bit of debate last week, but we all seem to be pretty happy with where it is, so I will yield.
We're now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions on this internal bill? Chair Hernandez?
Move to vote.
We cannot move to vote. There
I
is
object.
currently an amendment on the bill.
I withdraw.
Okay, seeing no questions, we are now in a period of debate. Senator Lipner,
Motion to see my amendment.
there's been a motion to see Senator Lipner's amendment and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
This is just making sure that change to edit from 1500 to 2000 is matched in other places in chapter 606. I'll yield to any questions.
Okay, so Chair Chow?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to move to vote.
Second.
And a second. Any objections? Hearing none, we are now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 35 to 0 to 0, this amendment passes. We're still in debate on the bill as a whole. Chair Chow,
May I retain?
you may.
Yeah, so before I was originally against this bill because I felt like there were just concerns about lowering the ceiling but not actually raising the floor for presidential candidates that may be dealing with financial liabilities. However, because Chair Gaudio did note that he does plan on making a bill where he is able to raise the floor for those candidates, I am now in affirmation for this bill. So I encourage everyone to vote the same. Move to vote.
All right, is there a second? Okay, there's been a motion to vote and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, we are now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 35 to 0 to 0, Internal Bill 5729 passes third reading. Notice of legislation on second reading. Internal Bill 5717 updates to Title VI General Updates. Chair Chow, you have 7 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Senate. I'm sorry, this is going to be a little bit long. Today, I'll be presenting Internal Bill 5717 with the revisions that EC leadership and I had after our advising meetings with Shane. So I'll just go line by line. It will be pretty speedy. Chapter 600 definitions. We added GG voting period. We want to differentiate the election period and the voting period, just clarifying that language to make it more accessible for candidates because a lot of people were asking about that in the past. 612, as you can see, there's number changes. That's in order to go ahead and meet the rehaul that we just passed in third reading. So 612.1, membership in terms of office. So there were just several errors. We went ahead and reordered them. Not only that, in 601.1 F2, we were told that we should define the first meeting so EC leadership is able to elect a supervisor of elections, giving a timeline for the appointment process. That was advised by Shane. 601.2, 601.3, specifically about the office vacancies and the duties and powers of the interim supervisor elections. We were told to go ahead and remove it. The original reason why that was implemented was because the supervisor of elections, assistant supervisor implemented the system because if they both graduated, they wanted to have a fail-safe to have leadership for the election commission. Ultimately, we decided we should go ahead and remove that because once again, we don't want to over-legislate when EC leadership can go ahead and basically resign and then give space for leadership elections. 612.2, duties and responsibilities of the supervisor of elections. You might be wondering, why is it changed to responsibilities? We were told by Shane that we shouldn't say duties and powers. He wants us to kind of reflect on all statutes because technically we're not given the power, we're instead given responsibilities. So technically, we should fulfill these obligations and it's not an official power, like I noted. We removed F2 and 3 because there's always a dedicated election commission member that will sit on the ENA committee. And because we're just left with F1, we just change F1 into F. H is removed because this is basically talking about orientation. We remove M, N, and O because once again, the election commission has a seat on the ENA committee. 612.3, duties and responsibilities of the assistant supervisor. B's turned to F, C's turned to H. Once again, this makes the reading flow more sense. D is removed because, a portion of it is removed because the assistant supervisor of elections does not maintain a portion of the website. So once again, only the webmasters can. We're just clarifying that because it cannot be a statutory duty. Not only that, when it comes to the newbie, we changed the word upload to submit because once again, they don't upload anything. They submit it for the webmasters. We don't want to make it a statutory duty. Once again, if the candidate requests to add information, we cannot automatically fulfill the request depending on whether or not the information is appropriate. We don't want to make that a statutory duty. New D, no need to add in a removal for the appellate process. We decided it would be best to maintain the election period language for the assistant supervisor of elections because once again, the assistant supervisor of elections should only succeed the office for the supervisor in case it's like an emergency situation. So once again, we want to have them elect their supervisor of elections in general, if it's in a general period. 612.4, duties and responsibilities of the Election Commission. So B was re-added because we don't want to go ahead and establish polling locations and we want to reestablish only, so they can only establish polling locations in those areas instead of having to expand their scope. C added advertisement materials to make EC responsible for creating such materials for the Election Commission or the election period, removing N because when it comes to N, you see it's struck. It says that in each building in which classes are held and shall advertise, that is just physically not possible. We want to go ahead, just once again, make them establish putting those advertisements, but not putting such a heavy burden. That's why we move it back to C. And then E, Election Commission cannot check whether or not someone is eligible because that would indicate that they would have access to those personal documents. They should not have that statutory duty. We're changing the language to qualify to align with their powers. For instance, they qualify if they go ahead and once again, submit their application packet. F was removed because expecting the election commissioners to work a minimum of 10 hours is unreasonable when last session they didn't have to work that long. Changing it to make it more flexible and once again, just to note when they're not necessarily needed. G, removing main campus because it's unnecessary language. We removed the student body, vice president, and Senate President Pro Tempore because at least for getting that office, they are not necessary in that process. G1 got removed because it's unnecessary. K is removing some unnecessary ands about the text. Information sessions are also noted for the candidate section. U removes audience absences because that's in their EPR. You'll also see that there is language changing to Election Commission rules of procedures. That was recommended by Shane, and because once again, it's their governing document. It's not the election rules of procedures. So we want to clarify that. B, we add this because we need to go ahead and note how the Election Commission follows and complies under their Election Commission rules and procedures. 1 defines the ERP, and then 2 allows amendments of the ERP. We already have this, or the Election Commission rules and procedures. We already have this language before. Old V got removed because once again, the Election Commission has a seat in ENA. 612.5, duties of the student government advisor. Shane wanted to clarify the language by noting that whether or not they're eligible to serve as a student government agent, which is why leadership is added. We are also checking the Golden Rule Handbook. The student government advisor does not check for qualifications, only the Election Commission does through the application packet and other factors. 612.6, removal of Election Commission members. We kept this section because of the amendment. 612.9 got removed because we moved this under 612.4 as V. Makes it more sense to put it under the Election Commission than to have a separate section. 602.2, candidates. We combine Senate and presidential candidates, so we do not over-legislate and we can condense the information. So B, we just added the additional qualification for presidential tickets needed in order to go ahead and compete. C, we changed the language to the start of the spring semester, so the language makes more sense. This was advised by Shane. D, the Election Commission does not certify information, once again, but they do go ahead and give approval. Certified just indicates, once again, eligibility. E10, 11, 12. It's turned into 1, 2, 3. It makes more sense for the formatting. I'm not exactly sure why it was like that before. F got removed because it's an automatic process, so the student government advisor does not need to do that. G, once again, the student government advisor does not do that. It's the Election Commission's job. I3, we removed defined in statutes because it's redundant if the voting period is defined in definitions. I3, we removed the student government advisor or designee and the supervisor of elections. Basically that whole section, because once again, it's automatically done. There's already assigned a seat.
Speech time has elapsed. Is there a motion, Chair Gaudio?
I move to postpone this internal bill until our next regularly scheduled meeting.
There's been a motion.
I object.
Okay, so that motion will not be seen. Or it gets, you guys go into debate on it?
There has to be a second first.
Okay. Okay, there was a second, but an objection, so we are now in objection procedure. So you go first.
Okay, so I don't really, I guess we will find out soon as to why it would want to be postponed, but I don't really see a reason to postpone it at this current moment. I yield the rest of my time.
I believe that this internal bill should be postponed, considering it is amending sections of Title VI conditional upon a prior bills getting passed and signed. And so the timeline is just weird. I believe that this should be postponed to wait and make sure that these bills get signed, especially considering the recent judicial review that happened as well. So if we need to perhaps make an amendment or a change, then we can do that. I yield.
Okay. We are now in debate because objection procedure still says that there's a debate period. Lipner?
May I direct a question to Chair Chow?
No, we're in a period of debate. Any pieces of debate? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. Oh, yes.
Yeah. You all are free to think whatever you want about the merits of seeing these bills tonight, about the signing procedure, but I would say do not let the judicial review cloud your judgment, because by design the legislative branch is insulated from that kind of stuff through passing bills. So you should think of it like we should pass it, and if there's another constitutional issue in the future, we handle that then. But it should bear no semblance on your current opinions on whether you should see this bill tonight or not. So I just want to put that out there.
All right, any other pieces of debate? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. The objection is yes, which is Pro Tem Hamid. The motion is no, which is Chair Gaudio. The motion being to postpone this until next meeting. The objection being to not postpone until next meeting. We are now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 21 to 13 to 0, the motion does not stand. We are still in speech time has elapsed. Is there a motion? Senator Lipner?
Motion to extend speech time by 5 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend speech time by 5 minutes.
Second.
And a second. Any objections? Seeing none, you have 5 more minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, just to reiterate, I3, remove student government advisor, designee, etc. Because once again, this is automatically done, alphabetical order. Advisor and supervisor elections do not need to do that. J and K, we added a presidential ticket portion required for the presidential candidates in order to condense the candidate information. LMM, we move it to 604.7 as C and D in the write-in candidate section for clarification because it does not belong in this current section. 604.3 voting period, we change election times to voting period to reflect this new definition. 604.7 write-in candidates, the write-in application form, and it's not a declaration form, should not be called a declaration form because they do not declare anything since their name was wrote in. Not only that, but the Election Commission also has a handling of this, not the supervisor of election or the student government advisor. 604.8 ballot tabulation. We're reverting language in A, reverting language back to the supervisor of elections since they have a handling over this. Election Commission as a whole should not. B, there is no reason to have candidates or tickets present when it's printing a piece of paper. They don't need to be present for that. C does not make sense because candidate or ticket, in order to have that recount during ballot counting, because we do not have that. The presentation of the election results reflects what we actually have. 604.9 election contingency plan, election times to voting period reflecting a new definition. 608.2 tier 2 violations, election times once again to voting period to reflect this new definition. 608.4 tier 4 violations. So the Election Commission added this original portion or the original portion because if they reject or the person who rejects to swearing the oath, they'll receive a violation. But once again, it's unreasonable for someone to receive a violation for denying an oath. They'll just no longer be able to participate in the hearing. That's how it normally goes. And then 608.17 and 608.18, do apologize that there's like this weird mismatch in terms of the row. I was unable to fix and reorder that, so just keep that in mind. 608.17, we wanted to change the language to note the date and the time of submittal for affidavits, because in the past we have received physical affidavits and we don't have any more timestamps. So we do need to write the date and the time regardless. 608.18, we wanted to have writing, basically to have documentation in place for the election commission, but not necessarily a letter that's in ink, because that's pretty inflexible as an option. It's just updating our statutes to reflect our modern processes. 609.4, B1 and C have repetitive language noted in other statutes, which is why we struck it. Chapter 611, we add violation hearing for appeals because the statute is specific only to violation hearing appeals. We just want to reflect that to correct that. And 606.3, changing the number 2 into 2 to make the language appropriate. And then also, once again, with the student government advisor, they do not necessarily, we re-add it because they do have a handle on that. I yield the rest of my time.
All right, we are now in a period of questioning on this bill. Are there any questions? Chair Gaudio?
So could you reiterate for the responsibilities of the election commission why it was struck through that the line that informational session shall include information regarding what is and is not appropriate campaign material, yada, yada, yada.
Can you note the specific chapter number and line? I do apologize for that.
I'm having trouble deciphering these numbers. The duties and powers of the election commission, that one, section K.
Okay. I think the reason why this is because we do have this information on a different statute. If I'm incorrect on that, we can once again go ahead and re-add that, or it's in their ERP.
Are there any other questions on this bill? Vice Chair Wanjin and then Senator Escobar.
I just want to clarify I'm going to refer to the current statute numbering 601.2F, M, N, and O, and then 601.6W. You referred to the fact that you guys are deleting all of those sections because somebody already sits on E&A. Why does the fact that the supervisor has a seat on E&A mean that we shouldn't dismiss the supervisor if they don't show up to Senate, require them to show up to E&A at specific times, and be able to require EC members to attend E&A upon the chair's request?
Okay. I might have to ask you to clarify your question. I know in specifically P that once again, we have it on the request of the Senate designated committee chair. So specifically for ENA, they can just continually request or just have like a overall blanket request for the EC leadership or for EC in general to come to the committee meetings. Once again, if we do think it's more appropriate to go ahead and re-add that back, I'm not necessarily opposed to that. I think the reasoning, and from what I heard from, like, once again, EC leadership and from Shane in general, it's just we already have a seat, or they already have a seat in ENA. It's just to reduce redundant language. However, if we do find it absolutely necessary, I'm not opposed to re-adding it back.
All right, Senator Escobar.
Two, if I may.
You may.
So in 600.1, when it's talking about the times, there's one where it says 8 a.m. and one where it says 9 a.m. Could you clarify if it's 8 or 9?
Yeah, no, of course. So basically how Shane explained it is that when it comes to, I don't know if it's saying that both of them are standing at once. I will say that when it comes to the election voting, basically what happens is that people are able to vote at 8 a.m., but there was like, they originally had it at 9 a.m. because they were under the impression like they could go ahead and change that because they wanted to basically have like the voting period with like the physical tents at 9 a.m., like reducing the burden that it had for them to set up. However, in terms of like the actual election basically voting times in that specific period, people are still able to vote 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Like it's not going to put any undue burden because they're able to vote online.
And your second question?
Follow up to that question, if I may.
You may.
In the definition, it says shall likewise commence at 9 a.m. It says 8 a.m. before. So, and it's all referring to the voting period, not like the election commission's like their activities. So I'm just wanting to clarify if the voting period is 8 a.m. or 9 a.m.
It's going to be 8 a.m. Sorry, I did not see that.
All right. Any other questions? Your second question?
And then for my second question, down in 604.8, if I'm understanding this correctly, we're striking through the supervisor of elections to add the supervisor of elections.
Yeah. So originally it was basically removed and then re-added, and then we're re-adding it again. The legislation's a bit messy, so I understand your confusion around that.
Okay. Any other questions on this bill? Seeing none, we are now in a period of debate. Chair Gaudio.
I move to see my amendment to, what is this? 612.4 now, section K for the informational sessions.
All right, there's been a motion to see Chair Gaudio's amendments. In a second, any objections? Hearing none, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
So I did look through the rest of this, and the only other mention of an informational session that I could find was under the candidate applicant packet, which does say, you have to attend an informational session, which outlines the following. Notably, senatorial expectations and responsibilities, nothing for presidential, but that's neither here nor there. I believe that this particular section, regardless, is very nice to have because it is far more, it's more in depth. It carries more meat to it. It also provides that the informational sessions must be posted on the website and in the office within a particular deadline. I believe that is absolutely necessary because candidates should know that informational sessions are happening. And it also is what allows for additional informational sessions. So I think that's just an entirely necessary section. I yield my time.
All right, we are in a period of questioning, and I do know that it can be really hard to see where we are. It's the top of page 5. Are there any questions on this amendment? Seeing none, we are now in a period of debate. Are there any pieces of debate on this amendment? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures on Chair Gaudio's amendment. It's on the amendment. With a vote count of 32 to 0 to 1, the amendment passes. We are still in debate on the bill as a whole. Are there any other pieces of debate? Senator Escobar.
Motion to see my amendments.
Okay, all of them as a block.
Yes, please.
There's been a motion to see Senator Escobar's amendments as a block in a second. Any objections? Hearing none, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
So I'm just cleaning up this piece of legislation. We have parts of it that are striking through additions that are not actually statutes. So if we're striking through bolded sections, it just shouldn't be on the bill. So I'm just removing all of that since yeah, it's just cleaning it up because it wouldn't be amending anything. It would striking through amendments should just be deleted. I yield.
We are now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions on this amendment? Senator Lipner.
So to clarify, the sections of 601.2 and 601.3 were already struck through before you deleted them?
Sorry, could you clarify where? which section?
Yeah, no worries. It is on page 2 of the bill. 601.2 office vacancies and 601.3 duties and powers of the interim supervisor of elections.
Yes. So those were that was a portion that was added and then struck through. So it should just not be on the legislation.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, we are now in a period of debate. Chair Chow?
May I retain?
You may.
Okay. Thank you. Once again, I did not realize that if it's an amendment, you can just go ahead and just delete it. That's wonderful. Thank you for cleaning up this bill. I move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote and a second. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures on Senator Escobar's amendments. All right, with a vote count of 33 to 0, these amendments pass. Chair Gaudio?
I move to see my amendment to formerly 603.2 candidates, section E, subsection 9(1).
Will you give a page number for that?
Page, things are being moved around. 7.
Okay, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
So this is cleaning up that because candidate application packets are now being rolled into one section. It's not Senate candidates, it's just candidates. It only outlined senatorial expectations and responsibilities. And I think while it would be quite funny for someone running for student body president to be educated on senatorial expectations and responsibilities, I do not think that is conducive to having an effective student body president candidate. So I yield.
All right, we are now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions for this amendment? Seeing none, we are now in a period of debate. Are there any pieces of debate? Chair Chow?
May I retain?
You may.
Beautiful. Thank you. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, we are now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 34 to 0, these amendments pass. Chair Gaudio?
I move to see my amendment amending the duties and responsibilities of the Assistant Supervisor of Elections under Section D, which is page 4.
All right, there's been a motion to see Chair Gaudio's amendments and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
So the prior text says that the Assistant Supervisor of Elections shall succeed to the office of the Supervisor of Elections, and that does not sit right with me because the Supervisor of Elections is held to the condition that they must have served in an election year prior, and that can only be overridden by the Student Body Senate. What this condition does is it says if the supervisor resigns, then the assistant supervisor becomes the supervisor with no oversight from us, regardless of if they meet that qualification. And that very much does not sit right with me. So I will yield.
We're now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions on this amendment? Chair Lush?
If I'm not mistaken, it goes now shall assume of the supervisor election. Is that grammatically correct?
The way it should be worded is shall assume the responsibilities of the supervisor of elections. I think I might have oopsie daisied.
Okay, any other questions? Chair Chow?
I guess just more of a logistic question. So if we have them assume the responsibilities of the supervisor of elections during an election period, so that means we're not going to have a supervisor of elections at all. Do you think that there's going to be at least like maybe like a period of time in terms of the election season where it's feasible for them to do an election? Because that is kind of like the reason why it was 60 to the office, but I can see why there's a concern on oversight. I just want to make sure logistically whether or not it's possible for them to host an election. Because I know you had previous experience being on ENA last session.
Well, for one, they pick the supervisor internally now, and so they can, the election, in theory, if a supervisor were to step down, get thrown out for whatever reason, at their next meeting, they could just pick a new supervisor. So it's not like they're going the entire election season without a supervisor. And for that period of time, while it can get hectic, that is the role of the assistant supervisor of elections. They take over to help fill that gap, just as in our branch, if something were to happen to the Senate president, whether they were removed, crippled, what have you, Senate President pro tempore takes over until either the Senate president is able to return to their duties or a new one is chosen.
Any other questions for these amendments? Seeing none, we are now in a period of debate. Are there any that wish to debate? Senator Escobar?
Motion to see my amendment in section D as a friendly.
There's been a motion to see Senator Escobar's amendment as a friendly. Do you wish to?
I'll take it.
Okay, it will be seen as a friendly. We are still in debate. Anybody wishing to speak in debate? D. Capinos?
I have a point of inquiry. Do we need to have 60% of the body here to meet quorum? Is that correct?
It is half plus one. Wanjin?
May I direct a question to Senator Escobar?
You may.
At least on my computer, it's only showing that you unstruck through during. Did you mean to unstrike through the entire during an election period?
So I believe I don't know if someone accepted my amendment,
Yeah, I unaccepted it.
but it should have been the entire. It should have been unstriking during an election period, and then striking through the addition and strike through, just making it back to how it originally was in statutes.
Okay, we're still in a period of debate. Anybody wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. A vote count of 34 to 0. These amendments pass. We are still in debate. Anybody else wishing to speak in debate? Vice Chair Wanjin?
Move to see my amendments to 601.2 F2 and 3, which is on page 2, 601.2 M, N, and O, which is on the top of page 3, and then 601.4 W, which is on the top of page 5.
And
as a
you are undoing the strike throughs, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so to see those, you guys will have to hover your mouse over. But yes, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Basically, this is adding back all the requirements that the supervisor and election commissioners, first the supervisor needs to attend Senate during the election period, or else they're going to get removed. I don't understand why we removed that in the first place, so I'm adding that back. And then the M, N, and O sections are meaning that they have to attend Senate, because just the fact that they have a seat on Senate doesn't require them to attend. So requiring that they show up is important to me, at least. And then the election commissioners themselves, just making sure that they are required to attend ENA if the chair requests them to be there. I'm just adding that back as well. So I yield my time.
Okay, we are now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions on this amendment? And I will also say that according to our lovely Attorney General, we only have 2 more votes for amendments left in the voting system. So let's please, Senator Lipner.
Motion to approve.
There's been a motion to approve these amendments by general consent. Are there any objections? Hearing none, your amendments are approved. We are still in debate on the bill. Senator Lipner.
Motion to see my amendment at the bottom of page 3.
Alrighty, there's been a motion to see Senator Lipner's amendments and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, this is just matching a change that we did in ENA, but somehow missed this one accidentally. changing powers, responsibilities to match the other titles. Thank you. I'll yield.
Pro Tem Hamid.
Motion to approve this amendment.
There's been a motion to approve this amendment by general consent. Are there any objections? Hearing none, this amendment is approved by general consent. I believe the only amendment we have left, unless I'm missing strike-throughs, are the numbers. So, Senator Libner,
Motion to see those numbering amendments as technicals.
yes, they will be seen as technicals. Okay, perfect. We're in debate on the bill. Senator Wong.
Sorry, just move to see my unstriking through of the during an election period and Escobar's part of during, the whole thing as a technical, because we already meant to pass that.
Yeah, we'll see it. Okay, yes. Chair Chow.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, we are now in voting procedures on Internal Bill 5717. With a vote count of 28 to 4 to 0, Internal Bill 5717 passes second reading. Next, we have Internal Bill 5730, updates to Title 8, clarifying FAO limitations. D-Leg Kaufman, you have 7 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, this should be really quick. This is just bringing this statutes up to what we normally do. We only fund one event through multiple bills or allocations. We usually only fund one project, but it's not clarified, so there's been some confusion, and they're each defined separately in statutes. And this was sponsored by the FAO committee, so it just adds or project in 826.3G. I yield the rest of my time.
We're now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions on this bill? Seeing none, we are now in a period of debate. Are there any pieces of debate on this bill? Chair Gaudio?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote and a second. Any objection? Hearing none, we are now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 34 to 0 to 0, Internal Bill 5730 passes second reading. Next, we have proclamations. Proclamation 5714, proclamation denouncing political violence on university campuses and calling for civic discourse. Senator Connolly, you have 7 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello, everyone. Hopefully this should be quick. I'm glad we were able to see this proclamation again because I believe this matter to be quite important, especially as we're about to enter a new semester. The purpose of the proclamation is to condemn political violence committed on university campuses. And there's quite a bit of debate on this bill the last time it was seen, but I think it has been amended in SBA, and I hope that we can all be happy with the end result. So with that, I yield my time.
All right, we are now in a period of questioning on this proclamation. Are there any questions? Chair Brola?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. In a second, any objections? Hearing none, we are now in a period of debate. Senator Lipner, Chair Chow.
First off, may I motion to see mine and D-Leg Kaufman's amendments as a technical?
Yes, they will be seen as technicals.
Yeah, then as far as debate goes, I'm very much in favor of this. I'm thankful to all the senators who helped make this reality, because I think we truly examined or exemplified what civic discourse is, and if nothing else, that is what this chamber is best at. So thank you all for making that the living, breathing proof of this. And yeah, I'm just very excited to say yes to this.
Chair Chow.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, we are now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 32 to 1 to 0, Proclamation 5714 passes second reading. Next, we have Proclamation 5715, proclamation recognizing December 1st as World AIDS Day. Senator Jones, you have 7 minutes whenever you're ready.
So this proclamation recognizes December 1st as International World AIDS Day. I wrote this on behalf of the LGBTQ plus caucus. And we had an event with the Women's Caucus on November 3rd to kind of like commemorate this. But I yield the rest of my time.
All right, we are now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions on this proclamation? Seeing none, we are now in a period of debate. Are there any pieces of debate? Chair Teodorescu.
Great proclamation. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote and a second. Do you withdraw?
Sure.
Okay, Chair Rose.
Motion to see my amendment as a technical.
Where is this amendment that you speak of? Oh, and yes, that'll be seen as a technical. Chair Teodorescu, do you want to remake your motion?
Oh, actually, there's another amendment on there. I don't know if that counts as that. Sorry.
I see that one as well. It'll also be seen as a technical.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote and a second. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 33 to 0, Proclamation 5715 passes second reading. Chair Chow.
Motion to see notice of legislation on second reading on third reading as well.
There's been a motion to see internal bills 5717 and 5730 on third reading. There's been an objection and no seconds. So we do not see that motion.
Motion to see internal bill 5730 on third reading.
There's been a motion to move internal bill 5730 to third reading. And a second. Any objections? Hearing none. Is there a motion to go back to notice of legislation on third reading? Okay. Great. Internal bill 5730, updates to Title 8, clarifying FAO limitations. Selah Kaufman, you have 7 minutes.
I yield to my time.
All right, we are now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions? Senator Lipner?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, we are now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 33 to 0, internal bill 5730 passes third reading. Chair Chow.
Two for me. One is a motion, one is just a question.
Yes, make your motion.
Okay. Motion to see Proclamation 5714 and 15 on third reading.
Proclamations only go through 2 readings. Do you have
My
a question?
apologies. May I direct a question to Vice Chair Wanjin?
You may.
Is it okay if I just ask you about the objection, at least is it specifically in pertaining to internal bill 5717?
Not a huge fan of putting such a huge bill through both readings on one night is my main thing, just to give people some more time to look it over.
Chair Chow.
May I direct a question to Delia Kaufman?
You may.
Is that okay?
As long as there's no, I was told at one point by somebody that this could affect timelines because it's EC related and election period, but if it's not going to affect anything, then we'll just see it when we get back.
We will be back before the voting period begins, so it shall be fine. Okay. We're so back, guys. It's only 11:17. Okay, Senate Forum. Seeing none. Oh, hold on. I see somebody. Reed.
Sorry, Abby had to leave, or Senator Matthews had to leave, so she wanted to ask if any political science majors could just message her really quick. She wants to CC you on an email.
Kapinos.
Don't forget that our last event is coming up this Sunday on the 23rd, Lake Claire at 4 p.m.
Okay, perfect. Any others in forum? Seeing none. Deliberation. Seeing none. Advisors report. Shane is not here. Maite, do you have anything? Maite has nothing. What I will say for Shane, on behalf of Shane, have a great break. And submit your time. Miscellaneous business, resignations. I hereby resign Ni Chow and Grace Rudy from Senate, Madeline Phillips and Senator El Harak from ORS, and Anthony Bonaventure from FAO. And I hereby appoint Nathan Rickett to ENA, Madeline Phillips to FAO, and Hiba El Harak, Abby Matthews, Anthony Bonaventure, and Mila Teodorescu to CRT. Put your shout outs in the chat, please. Hamid Habitat.
Okay, I'll make this quick. So this is Chair Teodorescu's cat, Bingo. Okay, so Bingo's kind of a gamer. Bingo's on the gaming PC if you can't see. But so Bingo's fun fact is that she stands and sits like a human, as you can see in the pic. And also apparently she meows at Chair Rescue to play with her and won't stop until she gets out of her comfy seat, as all cats do. Afton is the same way. That's it.
Okay. Before we,
May I direct a question to Chair Rescue?
you may.
Does your cat always sit like that?
I fear yes, and it's kind of creepy. And she stands like that too. I'll walk in the room and she's just chilling.
Okay. Before we adjourn, it's been a pleasure this semester. I'll be back next semester. I don't know why I'm acting like I'm saying goodbye. 1 second. We've been doing great, amazingly. The only reason time has ever gone past is because we recess. So we're here this late because you guys wanted to recess.
Okay, real quick, guys. On behalf of Senator Zivin, shout out to Grampy. He's out there. He's on a cruise right now.
All right.
And also, I think we should just clap it up for my goat, Ni Chao, my other goat, Grace Fruity, and my third goat, Daisy Trejo Hernandez, because they're all leaving us. Shout out you guys. We love you.
Shout out to all of you. And those are the only verbal shout outs that will be had tonight. ILA Rudy.
Okay, so guys, I wanted to say thank you to all of you for being patient with me this semester. I appreciate you all. Myla, thank you so much for helping me with the last names. Thank you, Ryan, for your patience with me, and thank you in general. Okay, I see you next year. Happy Christmas, happy holidays, and yeah, thank you.
Okay, ILA Rudy.
Motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
There has been a motion to adjourn this meeting pending final roll call. In a second, any objections? Hearing none. You guys are making a face like I did something wrong. Chair Gaudio.
Paul.
Present.
Reed.
Present.
Smith.
Present.
Hagenbook.
Present.
Casimiro. Callis. Ariza.
Present.
Cavanos.
Present.
Lim.
Present.
Pisone.
Present.
Sadvika. Chow.
My final present.
Jane. Sherman.
Present.
Danae Smith.
Present.
Ali. D. Malik. Orwela. Hamid.
Present.
Kaufman.
Present.
Lucht.
Present.
Metellus. McNulty. Rocasa.
Present.
Rose. Rudy.
Present.
Trey Hernandez. El Haq. Fawcett. Riggett.
Present.
I'm here. Chauhan. Oh, wait, they're gone. Escobar.
Present.
Magadia. Rodriguez. Wanjan.
Present.
Hassanain. Phillips. Green. Wynn.
Present.
Bonaventure.
Present.
Perez.
Present.
Alcuda. Banesh. Candeloro.
Present.
Courts.
Present.
Jones.
Present.
Leon. Matthews. McRae.
Present.
Nursimadevra. Renda.
Present.
Connolly.
Present.
Simmons.
Present.
Tittarescu.
Present.
Varela.
Present.
Zivin. Lipner.
Present.
36 out of 59.
All right, I hereby adjourn this meeting at 11:22. Get home safe. I'll see you next year.